or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seed. We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements, and they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and it will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
da kamar ina da tare da waya ta ma za ku ga hamada saboda ni na ɗauka waya
kamar yanzu kamar ana yana shirin bidiyo na gargajiya ko ka tona hamada ba
gurin kiwon ma babu gonakan kan babu ma maganar gonakai duk inda muke da gonakai gurin sahara ya ce gurin kiwo sahara ya ce kuma taku da kanka ma kana tafiya wallahi kana sai ka yi ni kana tafiya wani gangare in ka shiga ko ka ganin ka sai ya tubi da kana tona ma ba za ka samu karuwa yake
Farmers and herders in Nigeria used to enjoy relative peace as they interacted with each other. That is no longer the case. It is estimated that between 2016 and 2018, over 3,600 lives were lost to the crisis between the two groups. In the first half of 2018, about 300,000 people became displaced for the same reason. Northwestern and North Central Nigeria have notably been the heart of this violence. But the crisis is spreading fast to other parts of the country, including the South. Several factors have been identified for the wave of bloodshed: rapidly increasing population figures, rapidly dwindling resources, which both groups rely on. Also, the pattern of migration of the traditionally nomadic Fulani cattle rearers has been changing. This is due to rising insecurity, improvements in veterinary medicine, hostility from locals and state governments, and a bunch of environmental factors including climate change, desertification, loss of vegetation, and water scarcity. In Yobe, northeast Nigeria, the relationship between the scarcity of natural resources and increased violence is obvious. From the encroachment of the Sahara Desert to the shrinking of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands.
ina magana akan yanayin mutuwar dabbobinmu lokacin yunwa. Misali, idan rani ya ja lokaci kafin faduwar damuna, dab da faduwar damuna, ciyawa ta kan yanke.
Wato matsalar da muke samu na ita kwararwa hamada, mu dai faru na gama in particular daga Fulani gabar da nan kenan da muke zo ne har zuwa Gumsi ita ce su faru da kuma jajin bayan da dai abubuwa da kuke gani a nan yanzu a ƙasa ta kusa kan ta dai hamada ta riga ta cika cikin lokacin gama ta yi nisa ta ci sosai ba san dai kuma abin da zai biyo baya ba amma bangaren gwamnati
the challenge of climate change and the consequences of climate change on the environment, especially when you look closely at environmental degradation and the competition for resources, in this instance specifically for land and water, has in several instances generated conflict. There is virtually no part of the northwest, not to an extent north central, and then northeast that you go to that you don't see receding water bodies, and how this is having a huge impact on the socio-economic well-being of and livelihoods of the people in those communities. And so the likelihood of migration from the core northern states into some parts of southern Nigeria is something that is real.
Zakari, a village in Yusufari, northern Yobe State, lies on the fringes of the Sahara Desert. About 50 years ago, it was like any other arid northeast Nigerian community, with decent vegetation, a smooth road network, sun-baked mud buildings, and a great many people who had lived there for generations. Now it is just miles and miles of sand dunes. desert encroachment has pushed out the majority of the residents, many of them herders. Malam Musa is one of many herders in Gaidam who have now resettled in the Song area of Adamawa.
Sani wanda ya yi sanadiyan barin su yankin nan?
Akwai.
Na je kai kaman gidaje na ko rugaje na ko mutane nawa za ka ga za ka yi na?
Kai kamar 100.
Ok, wanda suka bar nan wajen.
Take kaɗan ɗin.
A sanadiyan wannan. To ya kuke fama da baki?
Around January, February, you hardly see anything in the place that an animal will browse or take as a food. And there's no water even to drink. So this is one of the factors that will make them to come southwards. If they move southwards for water and for grazing the even the dry grasses. Definitely the desert encroachment is one of the factors that is concentrating the animal into a place and making the clashes between farmers and herders more frequent. More often. Had it been that in the area that is encroached by desert, there is grasses and water for them to, they may not be there. They may not have to move. But now it's necessary that they must come southward as the dry season is approaching. They must come southward in search of little pasture and drinking water. While if during the rainy season approach, they go north. Since there may be water and little grasses for them to graze.
The problem with desert encroachment is not going to stop anytime soon. According to one estimate, the sand dunes shift towards the south at a rate of 30 hectares each year, putting 11 states in northern Nigeria at risk of desertification. More cattle rearers in these places are moving elsewhere due to the combination of factors: insecurity, drought, desertification, and the need for water.
Ruwan baɗi irin na ba, saboda ruwan kowa ya ji fadama bai sha ruwa ba, gashi kuma ga gurare gonaki ko ina fili ya ƙare ba gurin kiwo yau. To shi ne makayayan da suka zo ga lamirin mu anan mun yi da mu da su a kan mu kore su. Muka yi mu kore su, abun ya gagare mu, muka gaya wa lawanin mu shi ma ya yi dan abun da bakin kokarinsa, abun ya gagari mun gaya wa hakimi ma, duk kowa ya san da baki. Kuma bakin nan ba daga wani guri suke ba, daga Jigawa.
The migration of herders to new places tends to lead to clashes or aggravate existing conflicts because of competition over insufficient land and water resources.
Ina tafiya suna tare ni da kibiya suna jifa na ni ina so in tafi gurin yaran can, su kuma suna gefen nan gefen kudu haka, su yaran suna gabar, ni ina tafiya gun su gabar, su kuma suna gefe na
yaran da suke aikin
shinkafa.
Kai kana so ka iso wajen su?
Su kuma wannan
yaran kuma sai suka zargu
a cikin gona.
Sai suka zargu suka fara harbi.
Sai suka kama harbi. Suna harbi na, suna jifa, ni ban sani ba ma. Ni da na gani haka dai, ina gani suna yin haka dai da abin su suna jifa. Amma kibiyan bai zo ya same ni ba, ban gani ba ma. Ashe wai su harbi suke. Sai na fasa tafiya gun yara, sai na tafi gun yara Fulani din. To ina tafiya, ɗayan yana yin harbinsa, ashe kibiyarsa ya ƙare. da ya gani na kusa zuwa gunsa sai dan uwansa sai ya jefa masa addansa. Shi wani yana da kibiya shi zai gudu kenan. Sai ya jefa wannan da ba zai gudu ba sai ya jefa masa adda. Kawai yaron nan kawai sai ya tafi da gudu. Sai ya fita da gudu ya zo ya same ni ya doka mu.
Adda?
Da itace a hannuna na ɗauka na masu buge shinkafa. Ya yanke itacen. Kuma ya yanke hannu. Hannun yanzu haka babu, yanzu fakin ne aka ce za a yi. Ba zai zama hannu ba.
Ok, shi ne wannan kibiya ɗin kibiyan kenan?
Shi lokacin da ya tsare da adda na faɗi.
Kamar shekara 5 a bangaren noma din gaskiya ba mu da matsala da su, amma daga shekara 2 zuwa 3 ɗin abubuwan suka ƙara lalacewa.
Kuma karanci ruwa shi ya kawo inda ruwan ya zo an zuba da shinkafa, wani guri ya hau wani guri bai hau ba. To dalilin wannan su ne dama wanda Fulani suka samu rashin ruwan shi ya kawo su suka shiga ka zauna, kuma abinda saura shinkawan masu ma rashin kiyawa da da suka shiga shinkawa mutane suna ci, an hana su abin muhimmi da ya fi karfin mu gaskiya mu muna maguru.
In Nguru, about 100 kilometers west of Yusufari, is a section of the Hadija Nguru wetlands. For many years, the waterlogged fields and rivers in the area have sustained the livelihoods of millions of farmers, herders, and fishermen. But the water is starting to recede. Harvests, especially for rice farmers, have dropped significantly in the past year. They are also facing more problems from herders, whose cattle graze on the farms closer to town before harvest is done.
To gaskiya wannan dai inda dai da ruwan dai hakan duk ba za ta faru da yawa ba. Da rashin ruwan ma kuma da ta'adin da Fulani ne duk dai ba wanda za a ce ba.
Kowa ya yi taka rawa ciki.
Gaskiya ne.
Yanzu a ganin ka me kake gani ya kamata a yi wanda zai iya magance wannan abun? Ita buɗewar ne ko kuma
an da an buɗe ruwa din za a iya samun saukin kan abun. Hanyar ruwa idan ta riga ta gyaru, zaman lafiya tsakanin tunda daɗin ruwa yana zama ba wani matsala tsakanin su. Da can asali din da ruwa yana zaune, muna zaune da ruwa, daga baya kuma ruwan ya yi karanci zuwa yanzu shekara kamar 12. Da akwai ruwa baya, amma zuwa yanzu
sosai ba sa ɗaukan sa kamar wani muhimmanci.
Gona biyu haka aka ci, gona biyu aka ci, kowanne a baya ina samun 30-30, gona biyu ina samun 60, babu ɗaya kwano ɗaya ban samu. Kuma na yi yunkuri na ji na gaya ciyama. To our own understanding, the major problems is the absence of coming of the water. That are the reason why we fail to get what we have.
Lack of water.
That all affected the land. We have only source of water. If that source bring us water, the whole area farming well and organized. And then if there is no water from that only center we have it, we all lost. And what we understand now, the farmers at Onguru, they have already failed. 70% of our farmers have nothing to farm.
90%.
Have 20% get only rice that have been eaten in their house. And then 10% are those that are gain something from the farming. And even me, I've tried to farm more than 1,000 to 2,000 rice. And my chairman more than 20,000. And the secretary will do more than 25,000 because of he's richer than us. But now, even I don't have even 10 bucks. I'm paying more than 1,000 and I don't have even 10 bucks.
Okay, kana ga da ka dauka
babu sun cinye ne yayi mu ruwa bai shiga ba.
Some footprints of the cows or plants that they've eaten.
Akwai da zamu iya ganin zamu iya daukan hoton
da ake mutu a cikin su.
To a tsarin mu na uku kare na ba sai mu ya ga wani gaba da wannan.
The major problem is lack of water. And then the second problem is the coming of the Fulani from somewhere else. And then that Fulani comes because of the absence of water.
Three factors have been identified for the water problem: the proliferation of the invasive taifa grass, the construction of dams along water roads supplying the wetlands, such as the Tiga Dam in Kano, and droughts. One other reason for the increased clashes between farmers and herders in Nigeria is the encroachment of grazing roads, reserved for use by pastoralists, by northern lawmakers during the First Republic. These grazing roads and reserves are now being converted into farmlands and other structures. This makes it difficult for herders to move about freely without trespassing, and has repeatedly been used as an excuse.
Burtali nan da abin da ya kama daga nan har zuwa Sudan akwai burtali, amma su manoma duk sun je sun tattare sun je sun yi shuke da sauransu. Shi yasa su Fulani kai musu magana da wannan suke laɓewa. An kashe burtali da sauransu. Kuma hakikanin gaskiya yawancin tashin hankali da muke samu a nan akan harkar manoma da makiyaya yawanci duka ba makiya namu na nan bane, daga wani guri ne suke zuwa. Suka zo kuma ba sa tsoron ɓannatar da kayan mutane, kuma ba sa tsoron faɗa.
Even though the Nigerian government has kick-started attempts to revisit the grazing roads, experts say this is not the long-lasting solution that is needed.
The era of open grazing, in my honest opinion, is over. Yes, as a temporary measure and to allow for a de-escalation of the current situation that we're in, there may be a need to allow some form of movement, but that movement should be generated towards encouraging ranching and encouraging some more other sophisticated type of livestock rearing.
Unless when this is modernized, this problem of movement from one place to the other, or maybe to get sufficient either meat or milk and cater for the country is being modernized, I don't think we can achieve this our target. One of the problems, as I told you earlier, is that those people that are handling the animals refuse to go to school. They must be educated before they have that thinking that you are saying. Those people that are illiterate, they are all what they knew nothing about apart from the cattle. If you want them to improve what they are doing, how are you going to incorporate that knowledge into their own thinking? It's very difficult. And another problem to my own seeing is that government also is not paying much attention to the cattle rearers. You can hear programs, fertilizer, and what again?
Seed.
Seed most of the government programs are targeted towards crop cultivation. You can hardly come across any program that is targeted towards the cattle rearers. You can even hear about the states that are banning open grazing.
mu masu karamin karfi ne abinda muke da shi ga darar mun tattara mun je mun zubar a jeji domin wannan in ya fito a shi da mu samu da mu ci mu ce muka yan uwa mu marayu ne to amma babu an riga an cinye yanzu haka nan haka sidda yanzu haka nan da rigar da ya samu a cikin kwari.
Hello and welcome to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim. These are the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Lagos state government says the number of fatalities. At the last count, the government says Lagos Island, Koshofe and Netiosa recorded the highest numbers. But in the latest update on his Instagram handle on Saturday, the State Commissioner for Health, Akin Abayomi, said the number of confirmed cases in the nation's commercial city is now 417. The Federal High Court sitting in Lagos has ordered the final forfeiture to the federal government properties valued at over 11.14 billion naira and another at 1.04 billion naira linked to the former Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele. Justice Chukwujeku Aneke made the order of permanent forfeiture after hearing an application filed and argued by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission through its counsel, Chineye Okezie. And the traditional title holder in Nasarawa State, the Madaki of Shabu, Musa Shuaibu, has been abducted by gunmen. The police public relations officer, Rahman Nansel, has confirmed the abduction to newsmen. According to him, Shuaibu was abducted on Thursday evening after observing prayers in a mosque opposite his house in Shabu, a suburb of Lafia, the state capital. He added that efforts are ongoing to rescue the victim and also apprehend the culprits and bring them to justice. And the leadership of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, Yobe State University branch, has expressed worry over the proliferation of public universities without financial commitment to fund them. The chairman of the branch, Ahmed Ibrahim, who disclosed this while briefing journalists in Damaturu, said the public universities are facing gross underfunding, epileptic or non-payment of earned academic allowances, as well as non-payment of allowances, among other welfare issues. And on business, the Director General of the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, Adebale Oyerinde, has encouraged the federal government to adopt alternative policies to foster growth and development in the private sector. Oyerinde said this during a press conference in the upcoming Nigeria Employers Summit themed Economic Renaissance, Harnessing Government Reforms and Private Sector Agility, scheduled to be held on June 25th and 26th, 2024 in Abuja. And on the foreign scene, Israeli forces pounded Rafah in southern Gaza on Friday, as well as other areas across the enclave, killing at least 45 Palestinians as troops engaged in close-quarter combat with Hamas militants, according to residents and Israel's military. Residents the Israelis appear to be trying to complete their capture of Rafah, which Egypt and has been the focus of the assault since early May. Finally, on sports, the Federation of African Football has announced that the 2025 Africa AFCON will be hosted and will take 1st, 2025 to January 18th, 2025. This scheduling marks the first time in the tournament's history that it will run over the Christmas and New Year period.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion.
Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she had to change school. So I was thinking that maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results. Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD,
getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's kind of can be very, very tasking. And also, sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem. And then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year, we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself. Open up your mouth.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge, and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
The morning of March 12, 2021, chaos at the Federal College of Forestry Mechanization in Mando area of Kaduna State, northwest Nigeria. The night before, armed gunmen popularly known as bandits had stormed the tertiary institution, abducting 39 students. After initially releasing the students in batches, the bandits eventually released all the students on May 5, 2021. They spent 55 days in captivity. It's been over 2 years now since that incident happened, but the school has not remained the same again. Some of the affected students did not return to the school. Many have now abandoned the hostel.
To some of us who have opportunity to interact with the bandits during the process of negotiation for the release of our children.
Friday, Sani's daughters were among the 39 abducted students back in 2021. He says even though one of them has come back to the school to complete her studies, she's yet to recover from the traumatic experience.
She came back one day and told me that, Dad, we got a news that spies came and they learned there are those that spy for bandits to the school to come and spy the environment and see if there are area they can pass through to take students. So the first thing, I was in Abuja when she called me. I now quickly told her, please go back home and be coming from home to the school for the meantime. And out of fear, I started sorting for off-campus until something dawned on me that there is need for me to look for the advice of the management of the school. When I got there, they told me that there won't be any reason for me to fear, that I should allow her to return to the hostel. There are staffs living in the quarters there, and the hostel is just very close to staff quarters and all of that. So I came back telling her to return to the hostel. It was a battle. Said, Daddy, I know what I'm going through. If anybody just managed to knock my door, I jump from bed. So that I now told her, okay, what you do, this is the school, this is where your counselor is. Always meet your counselor for more counseling processes and other things. And at the end of the day, she's okay. And in few, maybe by next year, she'll be graduating. Now, the fear in educational institutions generally is that we don't know when this will stop, though it's minimal now. As at the 2021, it was high. It's minimal now, but nobody knows the next dimension that they may come. That is just the truth about it.
Just as the country was coming to terms with the brazen attack on the College of Forestry, another attack happened at Greenville University, a private university also in Kaduna State. Armed bandits attacked the school on the night of April 20th, 2021, abducting at least 20 students. 3 of the students would later be killed before the bandits freed others months later after collecting ransom payments. Today, the school is like a ghost village, completely deserted. The institution has now relocated to a temporary campus in the city. It's difficult to tell when academic activities will resume at the permanent site here.
So now, insecurity has forced children and parents in the first place not to even allow their children to go to schools that are not secured. Insecurity has also put fear in the minds of the children that even if they are allowed to go, they don't know what is going to happen. So sometimes they just look for some flimsy excuse and don't go. Then insecurity have successfully shut down schools in many villages. And you know, like the Chibok girls who were about to write exams and the evil people came. Now these ones, it is not even about exams. The school have been shut down. Some have relocated to nearby places, but only children of serious-minded parents. But the larger population, it's like, okay, you've helped us, not going to school. The only challenge they are facing now is that, okay, there is no school and there's no farm also. Because as schools are shut down due to insecurity, people cannot also go to farm due to insecurity. And then hunger is hitting them at home, and it's forcing them to go into so many things that you cannot even imagine.
Scared of coming under attacks as well, some other schools in remote locations in Kaduna, like this one known as Faith Academy, have shut down and moved their students, leaving behind massive edifices.
One will wonder why the students become the target of banditry and kidnapping in Nigeria, and that also is now weakening the educational standards, is now discouraging people. A situation where you get admission, you are now afraid of going to the hostel. Rather, you have to look for house around that institution or around the institution. Then, by that, coming from the house to the school also is even a problem, because you have to be looking left and right, not knowing who is the next person to you. These are issues, these are challenges that we are having. Entering vehicle to travel to Bandogri for maybe studies, or maybe going to Adamawa, going to Zamfara, so going to Sokoto is now becoming a problem in the nation. So the only thing that we see also parents doing is to look for an institution close to them, whereby they can just maybe, while going out in the morning, they will drop their child and return the same child. And you know that a child that is not within the school premises may lack concentration, and by that, you may not come out well as expected. So these are challenges that we are facing, or the education is facing in Nigeria now, that students no longer have confidence, unlike before, where you will send your child to a school far away from you, and you sleep with your two eyes closed that he or she is secured. It's no longer like that. So these are the challenges that we have in the educational sector now, and it's not helping us.
Bethel Baptist High School, also in Kaduna State, is now one big deserted community. On the night of July 5th, 2021, several gunmen invaded the school and kidnapped 121 students, taking them into the forest. It would take several months and millions of naira in ransom payment before the bandits would release the students. The last student in captivity only just got freed November 2nd, 2023. 2 years and 4 months after the mass abduction. But since that incident, the school has been abandoned. The management now uses a temporary location for the school.
You needed to see this place before now, okay, or maybe before the incident that happened on the 5th of July 2021. This place was so clean, so tidy, so a very serene environment for one to be. But now you can see how it has become so bushy that a lot of the places had to be converted to farms to reduce the bush. You've gone around, you've seen the football pitch, how it has been converted to a farmland. The all other courts have been converted to farmlands. All these are just to make sure that the place is maintained, to reduce the bush. It has affected education, particularly the school. A lot of money was spent that we cannot actually set the amount that was given to the bandits, how the staff also suffered, how everyone, but most of the students, some of them didn't come back again. They went to schools, not that were not actually their first choice. Some, I cannot say whether some will finally become dropouts or whatever. For let's say, example, one of the students that has not yet come back, what do you think happened to his education? He does not continue with education. Now he can be classified under dropout. So that's part of the effects. Security has become so devastating in our nation that education is receiving its own quota of the effects of this insecurity.
We spend gathering money and getting support from spirited individuals, huge money. I can quote that we spent over 250 million naira to get those students of Baptist High School, Kujama, to come back. That is just one. That's just one. And you don't talk about the students of the school in, because for us in Kaduna State, the other school that suffered similar challenge was the school in Awong. And then you keep talking about other places that had to shut down schools completely due to this insecurity. Now, there was nothing we could do than first to encourage parents not to give up, not to allow the insecurity discourage them from sending their children to school. Because as I've earlier explained, it is a strategy of terrorists, it's a strategy of enemies of education to discourage and stop young children from acquiring education. And we must not give in. So some other communities that are having similar challenge, what we normally do is to encourage them to either move their children to a safer school or to a safer community, because we have nearby communities where schools are within the city, not outside where you are afraid your daughter may be taken away and so on and so forth.
Nigeria has among the worst out-of-school children rate in the world. A 2022 UNESCO report puts the figure at approximately 20 million, and the majority of them are in the north of the country. Attacks on schools are only worsening the situation.
The place of education in our community today is facing a very serious, I could say multifaceted challenges. You look at it from security, you look at it from the poverty around, you look at it from all the troubles and all this. So education seems to be like it is dying at a time that the world is growing through education, because science and technology is the order of the day. And if your child is not educated, you can imagine what he will be, or you can ask yourself, where will he be fit to serve in the future? And in Nigeria, especially in the northwest Nigeria, we are thinking that all is well, all is not well, because this large percentage of young children who may not have certificate in the next 5 years or 10 years, who will have no knowledge to even relate with the outside world in the next few years, then they will be easily and cheap for bandits, terrorists, or every extremist group to recruit them and say, oh, come, the society is not giving you what you want, come, let's fight them. But the agenda is not come, let's fight them. The agenda is to just destroy everything about the society.
A report by the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, indicates that over 11,000 schools were closed in 2020 due to a series of armed attacks in some parts of Nigeria. It says the country's northwest region accounted for 76% of the attacks, and in 2021 alone, no less than 25 schools were attacked. All of this, the report says, has led to increased school dropout.
So there is need for government to either vote special fund for security of educational institutions or provide security. Let there be proper security installations in all educational institutions. Just imagine bandit entering Nigeria Defense Academy. You can now see how sophisticated these people are. Not to talk of ordinary institutions that is maybe civilian base. So how will you contain that kind of people? So there is need for government to come in. So without that, there is fear, because we can never tell the next dimension that these people will come up with.
The bandit has successfully created fear in the minds of many parents. Government must get people to work along with her in educating, sensitizing, advocating, mobilizing people to say, no, let's not give up. Let's not give up. Let's not give up. Let's send our children to school. Because when we allow this thing to continue for another 5 years, then the out-of-school number will triple instead of reducing. But that's what the enemy of education wants, and he seems to be gaining ground. And then there's poverty in the land. So he's succeeding faster than we can even imagine. But we will not give up. We'll do our best to reduce the gap. But I can't lie to anybody that we can get it the way we want for now.
It will take a long time for things to return to normal in the schools that have suffered attacks. and perhaps much longer for those that have been abandoned for now.
One of the biggest challenge that terrorism have actually brought to the front burner in Nigeria is her dislike for education. The Boko Haram simply put that education is a sin or education is evil. Tells you a lot about the agenda of the terrorists and the way they want to ensure that they crumble education. In their own thinking, it is Western education that has brought about liberalization. It is Western education that has made children disobey their parents. It is Western education that has brought about the terrible way young people dress because they want to live in a free society. And you can go on and on and on and on and on and on. And so they begin to attack education. So when children are being kidnapped by bandits, apart from the idea of getting money as ransom, it's also to help meet up the need of the bandit or the terrorists by ensuring that young children, especially young girls, are discouraged from education.
The government has since begun a 144.8 billion naira Safe School Initiative project in 18 states, covering at least 48 schools in each state this year. The project will cover a period of 3 years, but it remains to be seen what difference it will really make on the ground.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they saw that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in God Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in God Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans. Yeah. And here, this is a punishment room for the rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right, and that you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment at the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gore Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gore Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gore Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million.
very emotional, but he knows it very, 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 in a higher level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries. And also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So, as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study, and now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism, it can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results. Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's kind of can be very, very tasking. And also sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot higher, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well, and he's still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need. Though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
Universities are facing underfunding, epileptic or non-payment of earned academic for allowances, among other welfare issues. And on business, the Director General of the Nigeria Consultative Association, Adewale Oyerinde, has encouraged the federal government to adopt alternative policies to foster growth and development in the private sector. Oyerinde said this during a press conference in the upcoming Nigeria Employers Summit themed Economic Renaissance, Harnessing Government Reforms and Private Sector Agility, scheduled to be held on June 25th and 26th, 2024 in Abuja. And on the foreign scene, Israeli forces pounded Rafah in southern Gaza on Friday, as well as other areas across the enclave, killing at least 45 Palestinians as troops engaged in close-quarter combat with Hamas militants, according to residents and Israel's military. Residents said the Israelis appear to be trying to complete their capture of Rafah, which borders Egypt and has been the focus of an Israeli assault since early May. And finally, on sports, the Confederation of African Football (CAF) has announced that the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations (AFCON) will be hosted by Morocco and will take place from December 21st, 2025 to January 18th, 2026. This scheduling marks the first time in the tournament's history that it will run over the Christmas and New Year period. These are the stories we're tracking at the moment. Join us again at top of the hour for more stories. Bye for now.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Hi, I'm Ayofela Larinde. I'm a visual artist and a photographer, but I major mainly in scribble art, which I see as an art form born out of frustration. My very first scribble painting was done based on frustration. I was at Artist Connect in 2015, where I was challenged to actually do an art piece, and I felt really frustrated because around that time I was just using pencil to work and I was handed a pen to draw. So I just started doing jaga jaga, trying to find something from it, and then along the line I realized I was actually just making sense. I could see a face in the painting I was doing. So I realized that there was something called scribble art later on when I researched on what I'd done at the Artist Connect. Scribble art basically, like I said, is an art form born out of frustration and me wanting to accept myself, me just accepting my flaws, and me also creating sense out of nonsense and using disharmony to actually form harmony. So it's more of like me joining crooked lines together to actually make sense. It's just wobbling lines around to actually form something, to actually arrive at a point. I can remember far back as secondary school in SS1. I was in biology. I was a science student in biology class then. I needed to make some extra money for pocket money. I was in the boarding house then, and I could draw from my textbook. I could imitate things I could see. So my friends used to give me their works, biology assignments to draw skeletons and everything. So most times whenever we have assignments, I'm the one they come to, so I used to do it, and then I got into trouble. The biology teacher caught me, realized that all the works were looking alike, and then she called me to the staff room. Around that time, the visual arts teacher too was around, so like he saw what was going on and was like, this girl can draw, she can even shade. Okay, she should actually come around to the visual arts class. So I enrolled for the visual art vocational studies then. I was doing science and I was also doing art on the side. So I started developing interest because art to me was just for fun. I didn't really know that I had the gift. I just knew that, okay, I could just draw things, and I realized that most of the times when I draw, it was basically from what I was feeling at that time, or basically because I just wanted to feel good. So yeah, that was basically how I started doing art. Initially, my inspiration basically was only from myself. I was inspired by my own journey through life, but along the line, I started gaining more interest in things around me. I started gaining more interest in history. I gained more interest in my environment. I gained interest in my friends, like their stories, and yeah, governments too. I get interested. I'm interested in politics, the political aspects of Nigeria and the world as a whole. Achievement. Okay, first off, I think being an artist first is an achievement for me, because people are destined, people are born for greatness, yes, and people have been given different skills. Some people do hairdressing, some people do makeup, some people dance and all of that, but I'm really thankful to God for this gift that I have, which is art. So I see that as an achievement because it consoles me, it fills me up. And then secondly, I was nominated for the Future Awards Africa last year, which was very, very surprising because I was nominated beside the people I see as my bosses. So like being around those people and being the youngest amongst them was quite overwhelming. And then I got some other nominations from Leading Women's Africa. I was 1 out of 100 Leading Women's Africa, most inspiring women in the world. So like that's like the major highlights for like the awards I've won. There's also the one for creativity, most creative students in the whole of Unilag. There's one for most creative students in Africa, and yeah. Weirdly, I actually don't even count the number of artworks, but I have a list which I used to collate them. But I would say in my lifetime, I would say that I've created more than 500 works. I dance. Before I started doing art, I used to dance. Actually, dancing was my first love. I used to dance professionally, but I had to stop because my parents didn't see it as a career as much as also the way they didn't see art as a career. So I had to just stop dancing, but it's something that I still wish to go back. And aside dancing, I also am a photographer. I take pictures. I also do short films. Scribble art is something that I have mastered over time. It's something that I've practiced. Something that I can even do in my sleep, not even exaggerate. So like most times it's really not difficult because I'm the kind of person who sees or who gains inspiration from dreams. So there are sometimes when I'm asleep and then ideas just come and next thing I wake up I draw, I already know what I want to do. And then there are times when it is actually very difficult, times when my works actually challenge me. I do some particular works and it speaks to me in ways that I can't even explain. So times like that, I give the piece a particular period, say a year, before I go back to it. So there are times when my pieces challenge me, like when I'm doing something very personal. For example, when I had an artwork done for my biological dad, it was really attacking because it just laid down questions that I couldn't answer personally. A scribble artist, my own process is, right, there's no direct path. It's usually in a scribbled form. Scribbled form is meaning it's a jaga form. Because I'm seen as a jaga artist, like I said. They see me as one person that just does nonsense to actually make sense. So most times I twist and twirl before I actually make a point. Twist and twirl in the sense that I can decide to just get the sketchbook and then from a point I'm doing jargons all over, just doing jargons, not making any sense. And then it gets to a point where I actually realize what I am trying to do, the message I'm trying to pass across, and then I start building on that particular piece. So from that point, I'm already forming an image. I never finish an artwork. I never see it as a finished work. I feel like whenever I create an art piece, there's always going to be a continuation. And most times, it is when people get like buy the works off me that I call it finished because I no longer have it in my possession. But like sometimes I break down pieces into series because I can't finish one on a particular canvas, so I have to continue on another canvas. That is where that's why there's need for collection or series when I'm working. So, for example, my Igbo landing works, this one behind me here, it's actually a series, a 5-in-1 series. Jean-Michel Basquiat actually indirectly influences my style. He's a new expressionist. I also have interest in expressionism. I like his method and I feel like his approach towards creating has influenced me in so many ways because, like I said earlier, I basically just approach the canvas and I see drawing on the canvas as me learning. I see it as an opportunity to learn. So whenever I draw, whenever I scribble, it's more like I'm actually learning. So that is how it is for Basquiat. So whenever he approaches his canvas, just basically scribbles paints around. He scribbles paints around, and while doing that, he figures out some things about what he's doing. So I think that's the same thing because I see art as a learning process. So he has impacted me in that form. Although Basquiat is dead, but yeah, I still look up to him a lot. Challenges I faced as an artist. At first it was acceptance. I was really chasing acceptance and I realized at the point when I started getting accepted, I started losing myself because I wasn't, basically it felt like I was just doing works just to please people, just to please people's satisfactions. And around that time I was doing that because I was doing realism works. I was drawing faces realistically. And then I realized I wanted something more, and in the process I started doing my own thing. I started doing scribble art. So yeah, at first it was acceptance, then there was the financial aspect. I mean, it takes a lot to get art materials, it takes a lot to get a studio. I got the studio late last year with my friend Bayo, which I currently share with. There's also the whole art scene in Nigeria. It's not so encouraging because I feel like they keep recycling old artists or dead artists, and they are actually emerging artists doing so well. I have friends around that practice so well, they practice so hard, their works are, the works actually speaks to me and it speaks to a lot of people, and I feel like there should be room for them too, but it's kind of not so easy because there's politics everywhere. There's politics in the arts scene. My plans actually change over time because I'm human, I grow, and I realize that sometimes I actually want stuff bigger and sometimes I want stuff a little more subtle, right? So currently I would like to actually have a hub where people like me wouldn't get the opportunity to create, wouldn't get the opportunity to study what they wanted to study, can actually come around and feel at home. People who probably find themselves doing things they really don't want to do can actually come home and meet other people, network, create. So there's going to be an art school, there's going to be a dance school, basically a creative hub where people can come around and learn. So that is like my dream. I would like to own a hub where people can do that, expose new talents, encourage them. And currently I've started doing that little by little with my NGO. It's called Charity with Arts. We go to the streets or we go to orphanages and then we teach kids how to draw. We don't only just feed them or give them clothes, we also teach them, because I feel like once you have a skill, you already have a weapon, or you have your passport to the world, like to travel the world. So basically we just impact that knowledge and get them to practice more.
Hello and welcome to Lagos Voices. I am Sydney Okafor. It has become worrisome to know that flooding in some parts of Lagos metropolis and around the country usually occur annually, now that the rainy season has commenced, affecting substantial percentage of population and causing considerable loss of road portion to flood waters on the streets. But this time around, the Landlord Association and residents of New Okwoba community have cried out to the state government. Well, let's find out what exactly they are going through at the moment.
Driving or walking through this well-constructed interlocked road in the New Okwoba community makes commuters and residents feel at ease. However, a significant concern raised by many residents of the community is the poorly constructed drainage system and inner roads, which are hindering the free flow of water and exposing the road to flooding whenever it rains.
The time we come this area, it no be like this. If it rain fall like this, all our streets will be dry, no water, no anything. But like 10 years ago now, the water did disturb us. So I went out. Before I came back, all my market is in this shop. Water overflow everything. So I can't see single something take out because I have a bag of rice there, spaghetti, salmon, everything spoiled before I came back. Before my tenant come back, all the property, everything spoiled last year. That's the first day when water enter our house. But it will be like it will be in the streets like this. Then in compound. But last year, he entered all our room. Everybody enter. We are begging government that it should help us. Because the time where I come this area, it no be like this. But the time we can't do that, our city here. So that drainage we do for us, it no work at all.
The major problem we are having here is erosion. To tell you the fact,
He do enter my sitting room. He will enter my sitting room, enter the kitchen, pull out the fridge. Why he pull out the fridge is that the level of the water pull out the fridge. Then the seat in the sitting room, he pull it off, the level. When it rain for 2 hours, because when no way for the erosion to go, it look for where enter the rooms. So there are some houses here whereby their tenant has a car, but they can't park the car. When it starts raining, I have to remove my car down to the main road. In fact, there's one of my car inside. The rain spoil it because it flow enter inside the car. When you get to Lukman, Jeep, car cannot walk in Jeep. In Lukman, it's only Jeep. When it rain, it's only Jeep. And our chairman, Mr. Motosho, that man has been trying, to be honest. That man has been trying, spend his own money all the time to park that place. So the government should help us and come to Padulade that Lukuma so we can have a piece of water here.
Aside the losses caused by the flooding and the consequent threats to commuters and residents in the community, the poorly maintained canals create an uncomfortable environment, putting their health at risk.
In fact, this subject of flood is giving us problem in this area. We have been to Lagos State many times. They are trying their best. They said they are still coming to come and help us to find solution to this problem of drainage. Even this my fence, this is the third time. This one first, the second one, another one. This year now, we have spent up to 1 point something on the fence just to repair it. Because if you don't erect it, the water stays inside the house for more than 4 days. I have the flood pump that I use it to throw it back to the gutter every time. That wahala is too much.
I'm a pensioner living in my husband's house here. And I lost my husband about 8 years ago. This challenge has been going for long. It has been on, and we've tried our possible best in many ways. We thought when there was no road here before. So we thought when they made the road, we'll be okay. But when they did the road, I think the road was higher than the level of our house. So the flood used to enter everywhere. We've tried many best. We're going to allow SAR do many things with the landlord association meeting. We used to complain, but there's no any this thing. They will just be promising on us. So we thought when they build the gutter, we'll be okay, but not yet. Even the tenants, they don't used to stay. At times they will stay 2 months, they will take their money and go. So that time of COVID, no, it was a hell. But there's nothing I can do. I think my children cannot leave me. They used to feed me and give me some money for the renovation of the house. There was a time the flood entered everywhere. I have to change the tiles, not this thing. Even till now, I'm still paying for the debt of the renovation. We can't even car can't enter. You two can see, can't enter. So all my tenants, they used to stay and go. They've been complaining now. But some of them said there's nothing they can do because if it's their house, they can't run away. Because of my character to them. Because I treat them as my people. I can't be living alone. That is it. I want government to come to our aid now to rescue us from all this erosion. If there is any rain coming now, we will be praying. We won't have any rest of mind. It's a big problem for us in this area. We are just begging the government to help us on it. There's nothing we can do.
Well, I would say it's pathetic, and it's also unexpected because I got here 2 weeks after I got here was when I noticed that the area gets this flooded. It's very terrible. When it gets flooded, you can't come out of your house, and you can't even come into your house if you're outside. It's not a thing of using a rain boot. A rain boot doesn't solve the problem. It gets to your lap level. That was what I experienced, and it just rained for like 2.5 hours that day, and it was that bad.
So you can imagine if it rains for 3 days consistently, it's going to be really terrible. And, like I said to someone, I was going to leave. I went to the landlord and told him that I want to leave because I wasn't prepared to cope with this kind of issue. But when I was told that the government have come to look at the area and they're planning to do something about it, I said, okay, let me wait. But up till now, I'm yet to see the presence of the government, and people are leaving this area. A lot of houses are empty because of flood. Like this one you see here, the owner has left. Nobody's living there because of the flood. So, and if people keep moving like that from this place to a particular place where they don't experience flood, the place becomes densely populated, and it's going to be a problem for the government. That's the reason why they need to treat things like this, so that we can have people spread to areas like this. And if this kind of thing continues, it becomes a health hazard. It will create room for many problems, and like I advocate for psychological well-being, this is part of what causes psychological distress for people.
Chairman of the Landlord Association described a disheartening reality where residents must vacate their homes during the rainy season, returning only when the rain permits them to. The Landlord Association of the community says numerous appeals have been made to the Lagos state government to help the community before it's completely abandoned.
Flood. For the past 2 decades now, 20 years, we've been feeling this flood problem. And every year, in and out, it's getting worse and worse. Yes, the government of Lagos State have been trying their effort. But unfortunately, like Yoruba always say, Tino Baton Lori, Tino Baton Lasho, Ejakinto Le Kono. So, but we are still hopeful that the Lagos State government needs to come to our rescue to elevate this perennial flood that's ravaging our community. Personally, we've been donating money. Physically, we've been clearing the available drainage. We've been writing to the various governments that are in charge of drainage. The ministry, director of drainage, promise upon promising. And every year are good enough that the rain has not started heavily. And even the rain has been at its peak. Where we are standing now, this is almost Short Street. Yes, in Amandi Ojokoro. We will not be able to stand where we are now. With the rain that fell last night, we will not be able to stand as we are standing here. But glory be to God, the rain was just a minimum. In fairness, 75% of the residents in this area has no tenant because the net they have moved out of the premises because of the flood that's affecting the property. In fact, the beginning of the year, we have the rain that fell around March, February 20, especially. There are some fences that have to collapse because of the flood. So for now, most of the residents here are vacant. But glory to God, like the Bible will say, so we, the owner, where do you expect to go? We have to remain and start facing, hopefully or hoping that soon the government will come to our rescue.
In an effort to mitigate flooding in the area, committee members usually work together to clear the drainage and allow water to flow. But they say until the problem is permanently addressed, tragedies occasioned by flooding may continue to be an annual occurrence in the community.
Well, you just heard it from the Resident and Landlord Association of the New Okoba community. What they are going through. We hope the state government takes steps to resolve their plights. Now, still on the issue of bad roads in Lagos, But this time around, we are looking at a suburb that has been grappling with the same issues of poor drainage system due to a link bridge built by the state government that connects Ayobo to Barua as well as Igando. This improper drainage system has caused flooding whenever it rains, just as it is raining at the moment. Now, most inner roads in that area have collapsed and have become a death trap for commuters and residents in that community, making that road not motorable. Well, let's hear what they have to say about the poor state of roads in their community.
Olorujube Community Development Area, Kandos, is a suburb in Ayobo Ipaja under Alimosho local government area, where most inner roads have become a death trap and no longer motorable. As scam as this community is, with beautiful houses and schools, the road in the area are at deplorable conditions. The residents say at the heart of the problem is a link bridge built by the state government, which does not have a proper drainage system.
The governor of the Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has really tried for us, especially in our community. And I can say with confirmation that he's one of the best governors we've ever had in Lagos State. The newly constructed bridge that linked from Idowegba down to our community has just been constructed, and that bridge has been in existence years without number. So kudos to our governor of Lagos State, and now we are bringing the knowledge of the governor to get to know exactly the purpose of that bridge. The bridge link is very easy for us to link from that bridge down to Ayobo, Ogun State, Ishefun, Isheri, and so on. But there is a street called Kainde Bakari. The street is not motorable again, and that one will now affect the purpose of the bridge being created to this community. So we are begging our governor to help us and do something about the road, because it has really affected our community a lot. Palliatively, the community has done a lot, even more than a lot. It's even affecting the pocket of the community, because we do not have any money again. All the one we are able to generate within the community, we spent it on the road. Lastly, along that Kainde Bakari Street, we just spent about 1.8 million that road, and the flood is so high, it's so heavy. If you can see the heavy of that flood, it has washed up everything that we did. So that's why we are begging our able governor now to come to our rescue. It's more than 10 years now. Series of letters has been written to the chairman of the local government, Ayobo Ipaja, and also to the Lagos State government, and we are very sure they are coming to our aid to help us, because they have a very good response from them. So and I know very soon, anytime from now, they will come to our rescue.
I want to speak as a mother in this community that this flood is really damaging our area, affecting our children. Our children cannot go to school when it rains. In fact, we are suffering a lot. When it rains, the children cannot go to school. When it rains in the evening, we cannot sleep. We find it difficult to sleep when it is raining, because the flood from the new road channel to us is really affecting us. Please, we are calling on the state government. We know that he's able to do all things. We depend on him because he is the only person we have that can help us. Please, kindly help us, come to our aid so that we will sleep when it is raining.
Most of the buildings in the community have been abandoned due to lack of accessible roads.
They constructed the road all the way from Barowa inside down to Tokumbo, but there's a mistake, however. Instead of channeling the water and emptying it into canal, they stop at that Tokumbo, meaning that the flood now enters into our community through St. Michael, Bakare, then into many streets we have in Olorunjube community. And this has done a lot of damages. And almost all of us, we are afraid the thing can carry house, can carry fence, can even take somebody or human being. So we are pleading on the Lagos State government, though we are not only Oliver, but we continue to talk to them, beg them as far as they are. I don't think they will like to hear bad story from this area because it's still part of Lagos State. We are pleading with them, thanking them for the one they have done, and we are pleading with them to come to our rescue before the thing gets out of hand. It is affecting tenants because when they come to this area, they will see fine buildings, beautiful houses, but no accessible road. So all they will tell you that they will not live in this kind of environment. So it's affecting us. Even a good number of landlords, we are not talking about landlords now, are abandoning their houses. How much less the tenants. So they find elsewhere, and it's affecting us.
The road is very important, very, very important. It affects everything in the community. I know some of my neighbors have spoken about different areas, but I'm looking at even the security issues about the road. For instance, before the road became so deplorable as it is, the police van used to patrol our area. They will come all the way from two-story, move down to Makinde. They come frequently like that. But since the road has been damaged, we have not been seeing them. Because there's no road for them to pass. So even if we have any emergency in the night and we call them, there'll be nobody to rescue us. So we really need quick intervention. Everything is affected. It has affected even the value of buildings in the community. Nobody wants to come again. Some people are leaving because it's not convenient. Some houses are there, the tenants are vacated, everything. So we really need government intervention. We need them to come in, especially in that area of security. We need it. Because, God forbid, even in the nights now, somebody's wife goes into labor. To transport the person during that period, it becomes a problem because it's only Okada that can pass. Even the Okada passing, there's a problem. There's fear that it may fall down. There was a day the Okada fell down at that Bakari Street, almost going into the Okada. People had to rush to drag him first, and the floor took the Okada. So we need government intervention. We really need it. They should please help us. We know they've been doing a lot. They've done the bridge, and again, that bridge that links Lasu, Igondo Road to Barua and everything cannot be useful except Bakari Street is repaired. Because people that are going to Abule Egba, going to Agbado, they will need to pass through Bakari Street. In order to, if they are not passing through that, it means they will go back to Barua, which government is trying to prevent. There will be cluster there, there will be gridlock and everything. So we really need this Bakari road fixed.
The situation has crippled businesses in the area. Transportation fares have also become tripled and making community around unaffordable for many.
But it has really affected our business because the accessible roads that people will use to come and buy from us is not accessible. So when you keep your things, your goods to sell, no people is coming around because of the bad road. Most especially when it's raining, the flood will be much. Everywhere will be flooded. That even you that is staying in the shop, you will be afraid of coming out to sell to people. Nobody wants to come out. If you are in, it's raining, you are in. You are out, you will not come out, you will not come back until the whole flood has gone out. It's affecting our business, it's affecting our buildings, it's affecting our houses. And by the grace of God, we've been trying to see as if we can do it by ourselves. But the thing is getting out of hand. As every woman, every man in this our community has automatically become an engineer that knows how much a ton of granite is, a ton of a rod is, a trailer of granite, sand, you know it because every season you will be doing one thing or the other. Instead of feeding, we are not talking of food and scarcity. Instead of feeding, we are spending more on making sure that the buildings we have is not being swept by the flood. So I am using this opportunity to plead to the government, even to our local government chairman, Mama Shobo Wale, to please come to our aid and assist us the more.
I've been in the community for the past 10 years, and I think the challenges has been on since then. But gradually it's damaging our road, and I think the community is trying their best. If you can look around, you see the little construction they've done, which erosion has carried away also. The little one we can do, at the entrance there are some laterites that we used to fill the place up, some concrete we did, the drainage we did here, the flood has flooded it away. I think this is beyond the community capacity. That is why we are begging your honorable governor that you should please intervene in the community issue. So we won't have our children staying at home when it is raining. When it is raining, we are unable to transact our business. We only did the little one we can do online. When it is raining, when it is sign of raining, we have to be calling our HM from the school, the principal, that they should release our children before it is raining. Because when it is raining, we have to stop the children from going back home because of the flooded. The area is flooded. It's beyond our capacity. It's very, very beyond our capacity. And I think the community has tried. We don't have anything now in the community again. We cannot run the community the way, and it's depreciating the economy of our community, because we are unable to transact our business the way we are supposed to transact it. We are unable to feed our children the way we are supposed to feed them. Our children look unkept when it is raining, because if you look at our area, there are some abandoned property due to the bad road. People that owns the property have to abandon it because there is no access road to their destination. There are some buildings that the flood has flooded away, which has been abandoned. So it makes us as more bushy area than buildings. In our reach is very, very dangerous for our children, because it's easy for the hoodlums as their hideout. Since we are having an abandoned properties in our community more than the completed property, it's easy access for the hoodlums to hide as their hideouts. So, and it's very dangerous for our grown-up kids. They can easily kidnap from there. At times, we gather ourselves to pray. So such thing will not happen in our community. Please, we need your intervention, Mr. Governor. Please, we know you've tried for us in the community, but we still need your efforts on this road, please. This road is the access road to Ogun State. But since it is flooded, you cannot have access to any other route aside from the community. We only parabolate in our community. We don't have access route to any other community.
The Landlord Association now say they can no longer continue to provide palliative measures to mitigate the impact of flooding on their own. They are now hoping for urgent actions from the state government.
Welcome back. You have seen everything for yourself. Let's hope the state government comes to their aid on time now that the rainy season is hitting them hardly. Well, that's how much you can take on today's episode of Lagos Voices. Please stay tuned and join us next time. Bye for now.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they saw that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Goree Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At that time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right in that you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water, and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. Very emotional, but he knows it very, in a higher level, the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
Welcome back to the newsroom. I am Joy Uchejim. These are the stories we're tracking at the moment. The Nigerian Army on Friday destroys about 14 illegal oil bunkering vessels arrested with stolen crude oil in the oil-bearing Asa community of Abia State. The Army operatives set the vessels ablaze, including 8 large Cotonou boats at Isimiri waterside in Ukwa, West Local Government area of the state. The General Officer commanding A2 Division, Major General Hassan Dada, who led the operation, told newsmen that 6 suspects were arrested in connection with the illegal oil bunkering. And in Lagos State, the government says patients who contracted cholera in Etiosa local government area had an unregistered tiger nut drink. Etiosa is the epicenter of the latest cholera outbreak in Lagos. Speaking in an interview with newsmen on Saturday, Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Health, Kemi Ogunyemi, said when the government noticed the spike in suspected cholera cases in Etiosa local government area, it visited the neighborhood for a first-hand assessment. And the Kano State government has advised residents against drinking rainwater to prevent the spread of cholera as the rain season has set in. The advice was contained in a statement on Saturday by the head of the Public Relations Unit, Ministry of Health, Ibrahim Abdullahi, and issued to newsmen. Abdullahi said the advice was necessary because usually the rainy season comes up with cholera complications, which some states in the country have already fallen victim to. And the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission says its operatives have arrested a fake official of the State House in Abuja and other suspects for employment scam. Disclosing this in a statement, EFCC spokesman Dele Oyewale said the alleged conspiracy false representation and then
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
DG360, dissecting the issues.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of being blind. Visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion. Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
It's a pleasure to have you join us on Money Matters on TV360 Nigeria. I am Okpeyemi Owosheni. We start off with business news. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, says Nigeria's average daily crude oil production dropped to 1.25 million barrels per day in May 2024. OPEC made this known in its monthly oil market report released on June 12th. According to the oil cartel, the current output figure represents a 2.34% decline from the 1.28 million barrels per day recorded in April 2024. Now, despite the decline, OPEC said the country retained its position as the largest oil producer in Africa, followed by Libya, which produced 901 million barrels per day in the reviewed month. OPEC said Algeria was the third largest oil producer with 264,000 barrels per day in May 2024. We'll go on a short break and be back with corporate stories. Welcome back.
AG Mortgage Bank PLC grew its full year 2023 profit after tax by 92% to 428.863 million naira from 223.542 million naira it recorded in year 2022. The company's annual report and financial statement show that for the year ended December 31st, 2023, its gross earnings also rose by about 60% to 3.343 billion naira from year 2022, low of about 2.07 billion naira. Now, while commenting on the result, Ngozi Anyongo, that's the managing director and chief executive officer of the bank, said the economy continues to open up and the demand for housing in Nigeria continues to rise. The bank is positioned to take advantage of the growing demand to extend its reach to reach prospective house owners, particularly first-timers. We'll go on a short break, but when Money Matter returns, we'll be discussing federal government slamming 400 million naira fine on 4 banks and others for data breach. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Welcome back. The Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC, has slammed fines amounting to 400 million naira on 4 banks and 3 other companies for infractions related to breaches of citizens' data. Commissioner of NDPC Vincent Olatunji discloses during an interactive session with journalists to mark the first anniversary of the signing into law of the Nigerian Data Protection Commission Act by President Bola Tinubu in Abuja. The commissioner reviewed that over the past year, more than 1,000 financial institutions, schools, insurance companies, and consultancy firms have been for breaches of citizens' data. He also said there were ongoing investigations concerning data infractions in the country. Because this further is cybersecurity expert Ghazali Abdulaziz. Thank you for joining me on the program, Mr. Abdulaziz. Now, the NPDC has reviewed that over the past year, more than 1,000 financial institutions, schools, insurance companies, and consultancy firms have undergone investigations for breaches of citizens' data. What do you think are the typical vulnerabilities that led to such large-scale data breaches?
Yeah, we've been advocating for cybersecurity for so long, and as you all know, that the digital economy is evolving. The Nigeria Data Protection Commission play a leading role when it comes to data governance and when it comes to the protection of data subject rights. So one of the things is that we have said earlier that this digital economy is owned and operated by individual private players in most cases. And it is expedient that the people that own these critical features, they put in place what we call security framework to make sure that every data that are collected in their space are adequately protected. So having said that, all systems comes with what we call inherent risk. So it is not esoteric to state that the institutions, including the banks that have been investigated, probably they have been found to have exposed their customer data. There's what we call data leakage. You see, when you look at data leakage, it is a situation whereby data are exposed for possible attack. Now, one of the reasons an organization might experience what we call data leakage is that probably their network are not updated. So, and most of the times, you see, we talk about what we call secure software development life cycle. Before now, we only concentrate on software development life cycle. As you all know, that most of the banks, the financial institutions, including insurance companies and healthcare sectors also, they are fully automated. And in rendering service to their customers, they leverage solutions. Most of these innovative solutions, they come with inherent risk. If at the time of integration, at the time of deployment, penetration testing are not well carried out, you won't be able to identify this vulnerability until they carry out what we call IT audit. So possibly, most of those banks, they were highly exposed at the time when NDPC came on board to do vulnerability assessment on them.
Now, how would you assess the NDPC's decision to fine 4 banks and other companies for a total of 400 million naira? Now, do you think this is a significant deterrent?
When you look at data protection, it is well regulated, and for anybody or any institution that is found wanting, there are fines and penalties as spelled out even the Data Protection Act. According to the Data Protection Act, we're made to understand that if any organization fall prey of a data breach, they are going to be fined 2% of their annual gross revenue of their preceding year, or they'll be fined 10 million naira, whichever is greater. In another provision, we are also meant to know that for companies that do not process up to 10,000 data subjects, they will be fined 1% of their annual gross revenue of their preceding year, or 2 million, whichever is greater. So when we put that into context, you see, we are talking about four banks here. We don't know the level of their discrepancies and or the level of the data breach. You see, let me borrow a leaf from what is happening throughout the world. When there are incidents like this, it is expedient that data regulators, like the NDPC in this instance, they should make Nigerians to be aware. They should make Nigerians to be aware of what the issues are. We already told that, okay, the 4 banks and 3 other institutions, they have to pay, is it 400 million or something like 400 million? The truth of the matter is that what are the level of the damages that were done? We have read about data breaches in the past in developed world. We have read about Equifax. We have read about Yahoo. We have read about Uber. We know about data breaches they suffered and the amount of data subjects that were affected. So I may not be able to say that 400 million is sufficient as of today. I don't know what the level of malpractices were, because they didn't make that known to the general public. According to their report, I also went to their site to see what the issues were. It is not difficult to deduce that the banks and other and 3 other companies were found wanting, but what are the issues? You can say a data breach occurred. What is the level of exposure? Whose data were exposed? What you see, for data, we have different level of data. Some are sensitive, some are non-sensitive. Let us know how sensitive or how bad the situation is. But going back to your question, 400 million, I don't think that is bad, because you know, we are new in that space in terms of regulating our data. And don't forget that the report also stated that the Data Prevention Act or the Data Protection Act was signed in 2023. So we should know that it's not a bad start, but I think we should know what data we are actually exposed or we are affected.
Now let's talk about the impact. Do you think this fine will be impactful on the overall data protection landscape in Nigeria?
Yeah, it's going to reshape the way data processor, the way data controller, and the way data custodians handle data subjects records. You see, the truth of the matter is that if NDPC do not nail some companies or some organizations, others will not sit tight. The truth of the matter is that I can assure that even the 400 million is not too bad for banks, because if you look at their annual gross revenue, I believe even that 400 million will have been a negotiated value, because if you take 2% of the annual gross revenue of banks, you know what we're talking about. So, but having said that, for those banks, it is a good action, it is a good move on the part of the Nigeria Data Protection Commission for other organizations that handle and process customer data to be very careful. I think they can't get it right better than now, and for them to have penalized those companies that are found wanting, I think it is the right way to go. So many companies will sit tight, nobody will want to be fined, and the way to go, you know, we talk about digital economy, and we are moving towards that through our strategies, and people want to see confidence in that space. And for every regulatory harm, they need to fine and penalize any gladiator in the economic sector that is not protecting customer data, because the level of exposure can bring a lot of damages, not only to the company that is being exposed, because the digital space is interconnected. So if one end is exposed, every other end is also exposed. And don't forget that we are as strong as our weakest link. So the 400 million levy on those companies is a deterrence to people operating in that space. And your guess is as good as mine. Everybody is in the digital space as of today, and everybody wants to be protected, and to also have that level of assurance that their data that is being processed by any business body is well protected.
So the Nigerian Data Protection Commission Act was signed into law by President Bola Tinubu on June 12, 2023. Do you think it has influenced data protection practices in Nigeria so far?
If you look at the trajectory as of today, we are meant to understand that the private sector compliance was about 49% before today. And I can tell you that has grown at least significantly to about 55% according to the record you have in the public domain. And even in the public sector also, the level of compliance to data protection was actually below 10%. It was about 5% according to record we have at our disposal. But as of today, it is sitting at a circa 14 to 15%. That's not bad. But if we take an holistic view of the whole data protection ecosystem, we have a very long way to go. And I want to judge us quickly with the developed world. But if we judge ourselves relatively with other African countries, I don't think we are doing badly. But if we now look at what we process as a country, going through our GDP record and our economic activities, we need to buckle up. We have a lot of low-hanging fruit in terms of policies and regulation enactment. And apart from coming up with policies and regulation, I think we need to do better in terms of implementation strategy. The NDPC, they have licensed organizations that they use for regulation audit, for IT audit. I think more of that should be done. I want to give kudos to them, but I think there are a lot of ways we need to improve the way we do things. For example, even some organizations that try to register for data protection service, or those that try to register their employees as data controller, as data protection officers. Some of them, they find it very, very, very difficult to get all this thing done. And these are things that go a long way to protect an organization as they process data of customers. See, we shouldn't shy away from the fact that we need to do better, but we must also appreciate the fact that where we are today is better than where we are at yesterday. The only thing we need to do is to consolidate our effort and see that we move in a geometric manner and not an arbitrary manner, because the people that are taking advantage of the digital vulnerabilities, they are moving in a very high speed. So we can't be sleeping on the wheel, and we can't continuously do what we call catch up. We need to take a step ahead of these guys. And that means that everybody, those that are processing data, those that are warehousing data, those that are in charge of IT infrastructures, must make sure that they put in place regulations, policies, cybersecurity cultures in the organization, so that people will be protected from end to end. Thank you.
But what do you think are the most significant changes or improvements you've observed since the Act was signed into law last year?
Yeah, one of the significant things we must appreciate is that even the way public organization process data now has changed. The way we do things recklessly in the past is not the way we do things today, because people are held responsible for their action. The banks, the insurance companies, the health sectors, they have also improved. Some of these things might not be too visible, but for those of us that were in that space, we have seen significant changes in their business processes. Before now, we know that the way customer data that be handled, we can't even qualify it, because we are below standard. But if you look at global metrics as of today, Global Cybersecurity Index, Nigeria is moving up in data protection index. But I've stated earlier that we need to move at a geometric pace. What we are doing is still arithmetic in nature. So what are those things we need to do? We need to start, we can bring all these IT operators, like the telcos, the banks, the digital economy guys, the fintechs. Let's bring them together to see that all our assets are adequately identified and protected. But back to your questions, I can tell you for sure that we have seen positive ways of handling data of customers. We have seen positive way that government use e-governance to process citizen data. So the Data Protection Act has improved the government at one end and the private sectors at the other hand, because both agents are huge custodians and huge processors of customer data. So I can tell you that we have seen significant improvement in way things are being processed. But do we need help? The answer is yes. Do we need to collaborate? The answer is yes. So, and I think last week, the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, they held a breakfast with data protection officer across the country. It was held in Ikeja. Sorry, it was held at Ikeja here in Lagos. So I believe the Nigeria Data Protection Commission, they are collaborating significantly with people in the space. But there are areas of improvement that we need to employ. And these have to do with organization, doing what we call simulation and penetration testing. But I think we have seen improvement in the way organizations are handling customer data. Data protection is different from cybercrime. We must understand that. But data protection is the way of curbing cybercrime. If your question is, has organization witnessed cybercrime attack? The answer is yes. That might not be as a result of the fact that they are not protecting data, but it might be as a result of the fact that they are exposed from their digital ecosystem perspective. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Ghazali, you would agree with me that some sectors are more vulnerable than the other. Now, what sectors do you think are most vulnerable to data breaches and why?
That's a very wonderful question, Okpeyemi. But I want to add one sector to that list also, the health sector. I think it is omitted, and the health sector is also very strategic. You see, among those sectors you have mentioned, as of today, looking at our economic activities, I'll be tricked to say that the financial sector should take the lead. But I can tell you that every other sector as mentioned, they're also as important as financial sector, because they all warehouse what we call sensitive information, right? The telcos they are an enabler, right? Telecommunication is very, very important. And don't forget that even the telcos, the telecommunications are today, they're also engaging in what we call financial activities. We have seen MTN come up with Momo. We have seen some other ones also. They have theirs. So what I'm saying in essence is this: all of them are important, but the financial sector, looking at the fact that for every cybercrime, the motive is either for financial gain or reputational gain. So I would say the financial sector will take the lead, but then every other sector, they are as important as the financial sector. For example, the education sector is also experiencing what we call geometric integration into IT. The way educational services are being rendered pre-COVID is not the way they are being rendered as of today, which we are in the post-COVID era. So, borrowing a leaf from that, I also say that the education sector, they are integrating fastly into IT, and the data they process, people use their card to make payment for education service. You want to pay for your children semester or tuition. If you want to pay for your children tuition fee, you use your card to make payment. You are using the education sector to process the financial information. So all of them, they have sensitive information, and I think all of them should take every data, especially the sensitive data that they are processing through their platform, seriously. The protection should be across board. And that is why the Data Protection Act is for everybody that is collecting and processing data. So I don't want to say one sector is more important than the other, But in terms of volume and sensitivity, I want to go with the financial sector. Thank you very much.
The NDPC has disclosed plans to train about 10,000 public servants and about 1,000 data protection officers. Now, how crucial do you think this training is for the overall improvement of data protection in the country?
I believe the NDPC will have done their value assessment very well in terms of the training. You see, the cybersecurity space, you need training, training and retraining. You see, you have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So training is very, very crucial in terms of protecting digital assets. But the thing is this, the 10,000 people they want to train, apart from the data protection officer they also mentioned, who are the 10,000 that they want to train? You know, in the government institution, we always hear about training, but who are those that are being trained? Is it the desk officer that are handling and processing those data? So that's another question to answer by the NDPC. But I think training 10,000 officers is huge, and that is the way or the starting point. If you look at cybersecurity culture, an organization should come up with a policy framework. At the end of the day, you have to train your employee to be acquainted with those policies, because cybersecurity, we talk about people, process, and technology, right? So people is very important, and if you look at it in the ecosystem, people is the weakest link when it comes to cybersecurity architecture. So training 10,000 people is a great idea, and at the end of the day, after training them, would they be allowed to do their job is another question. So coming training for them is good, but I think post-training assessment also should follow, not only training. So post-training assessment to ensure that these officers, all what they are trained on, they put them into practice in order to better protect what we call citizen data. Because these days the level of e-governance is going up, and I can tell you that the level we are at the last 3 months is not the level we are at today when it comes to e-governance. We are digitalizing every day, both the private service and the public service. So training 10,000 officers in the future is a good start, but I think they should also allow the MDAs to take ownership of those training, and what the NDPC should only do, because the truth of the matter is that the NDPC can lay the foundation in terms of training those people, but they should let the MDAs take ownership of protecting those assets. NDPC on his the Nigerian Data Protection Commission on his own is an MDA of the federal government, right? Their own is to regulate, to come up with circulars, to come up with policies, the guidelines, regulations. Training 10,000 is good, but let the MDAs that own those infrastructure take ownership of the training so that they can be held accountable. Because if you are training people, and you also be the one to audit them, right? You will be the one to play the spot check role. So training with 10,000, as far as I'm concerned, is not bad, but I think the MDAs, they should take ownership of the training, because NDPC training will only be once. I don't know, but training should be done on a frequent manner. So MDA should take ownership of training those officers that are in charge of protecting protecting data assets. Thank you.
Well, security expert Ghazali Abdulaziz, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program. That's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I am Okpeyemi Owoshieni. See you next time.
even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion.
Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
I've always wanted to save the world. It sounds silly, but yes. But I did not think that architecture could be one of the ways that I could do it.
I got into the field with the idea of being a kind of a Indiana Jones and just kind of, going into all these really exciting sites. So that was a very naive, immature approach to what heritage might actually be.
And we felt that heritage and sustainability are two sides of the same coin. So we decided to join hands and create a larger impact. Not many architects think that climate change is something that they need to think about, but we're trying to change that. Mud as a material has always been used in construction, and it's a very clean material.
This material is truly magical. In India, it's all about customs and traditions. He walked around the machine with lime and camphor burning in his hand, just like removing all the bad energies or vibes that the machine could have been born with. So that's how Hinduism is, right? You're believed to have born with certain sin, and then you kind of work your way towards a sinless life. You can make mud bricks with basically any kind of mud or soil. So we've got some really beautiful red soil here. This soil is further seeped. All the big particles are kind of taken away. And it's mixed with what used to be sand but is now quarry dust. So quarry dust is essentially from stone quarries, the waste that you get is collected, and to this mix you add very little bit of water just to activate the clay, which is then put into the machine, and the strength of the brick is basically got from the action of compression. So what essentially you're doing is you're removing all the air particles from the mix and therefore getting a very, very solid block. So the manufacturing and the processing is done by local communities, so that again you're giving back to the livelihoods towards local communities rather than large manufacturing plants and large companies. So that's why this material, although it looks like a very normal block, has a much larger reach and a much more positive impact than any other bricks or blocks that I use.
சார் அவங்க கல்யாணத்திலே சிரிக்கல சார்.
For whatever reason now you find masons who are mostly male, so the kind of camaraderie you would want to have is a little bit harder to achieve with them, so it's a bit of a social stigma to get too pally with women. So initially they'll be like, no madam, you can't touch the tools, you can't get muddy. But then eventually they're like, there's no point talking to her, she's going to touch the tools, she is going to get muddy. So that's one way that we found it's nice to kind of break that barrier almost immediately. Then we kind of say, who defines roles, right? It's just what you feel like doing, what gives you joy. And working with my hands give me joy, so I'm doing that. And that helps you create a better relationship with the mason. In cow dung, it's basically digested fibers, right? So we add this in mud to increase the cohesion of the mud particles. So we work a lot with cow dung, and it's quite interesting. The cow dung that we get in the cities stink really badly, but the stuff that we work with in the villages are quite pleasant to work with actually. It's clearly what they're eating. They're eating a lot of crap in the cities and they're eating this lovely grass here, so possibly that. Rosie and I go back a very, very long time. We were roommates in college and did our architecture school together. I think when you find someone, you know that you click, and that's what happened with us. There was, friendship was almost like immediate, and then it's lasted us 16 years. We were very clear that we did not want it to be a Sridevi and Rosie Associates, because the firm needs to be bigger than that.
Anne Joseph, architect. Vasha and John, architect. Tejaswini, architect. Lesha Mahadesha, architect. Sanjani J, architect. Shubha, architect.
And then we thought about the masons on site who really make our dreams, our drawings and all of that a reality. So it was kind of a no-brainer to give them the importance in the name itself. And so masons and the ink would be basically our drawings and all of that.
We wanted to be a collaborative, hands-on process on site. So, when we stop seeing ourselves as architects who work on just the 2D and 3D, and once it moves off to site, like we barely know what's going on, or we just come in once in a while, but more like working as a team.
So the thread is like just holding it in place, but the notch is doing the bulk of the work. I used to be in Girl Scouts, so I know a thing or two about knots. So we managed to get our poles up. This is pomegranate. I started out in the corporate world like a lot of people, and I think after a while I got disillusioned with that kind of a life. I was thinking about moving to the countryside, setting up something like this. So it was on my mind, and we were thinking about it until, a year and a half ago, I lost my husband, the love of my life. He was my college sweetheart. I know adult life only with him. I don't know any other life. So when he died, I knew I had to rebuild life, and I couldn't do it in that city anymore. This place came up. It was almost an impulse buy, and I bought this place. And then I had been talking to the masons saying, guys, I think it was important for me. They also knew them. They also knew my husband. They understood my journey. They understood where I was coming from. And somehow that translated into the design. I'm very proud of it because the only cost we incurred in all of this was the metal mesh The rest was quarry waste, and these are broken bricks, these are broken tiles. So it was all waste.
Fiber or in this.
Okay, and just to be clear, I'm not going around shaving my dog. I have groomer friends and they give me in bags.
Yeah, dude.
He comes when we're mixing mud and things like that. He wants to be part of it.
Yeah.
It sounds so cheesy, but it's a journey of love and pain. And I'd say that this is my dedication to my husband and the love that I had with him. That's what it is.
You see everywhere this concrete building, and they're losing this uniqueness. Like you see the same building in New York and you come here and say you can see the same building here.
The mud that is there on site, that seems to have like a secret gold shimmer to it.
It was shining. It was a very sunny day, and then we found a yellow stone also. We thought it's a gold ore and we got very excited and sent pictures to ma'am. Ma'am was also freaking out, and then that yellow stone was just a stone.
So this whole site right now, what we're doing is we have different experiments going on such that it'll all add to the main structure. So it's a technique of mud that we use. We put mud into these bags and then we tamp them down. It becomes like a large format brick. It's like masonry. So you have two bricks and then you place this on top and then you do layers like this. The durability of mud against water and make it better in compressive strength by adding lime to it. In return not affect its breathable properties or the properties that make it so awesome in terms of air regulation, temperature regulation. So that's why lime is a good alternative for cement. When you have a very thin crack in a cement wall and water enters it, starts building somewhere and it shows up years later as dampness. Whereas the same thing on a mud wall, when water hits it, after some time it dries out because it allows the passage of air. It still continues to breathe even when it's on a wall. Another really great thing about lime is that it absorbs CO2, so it behaves like a plant.
Mud and lime are like the co-stars, lime being more of the diva, I'd say. It's insect repellent, so lime wash is also used to kind of paint the woodwork that we use to repel termites and things like that.
You need to give it its time and you need to understand it. People don't understand it and then it starts behaving differently, and then there's like, oh, mud buildings don't last or mud buildings can't withstand the rain, but actually it's the lack of understanding or the poor understanding of it that makes it behave in certain ways that is not really the fault of the material but of the way you're using it. For us, it's obvious that, climate change directly affects the shelter that you're going to live in. It's a lot about the buildings, the flooding, the earthquakes. It's a lot about the buildings, and you need to start building resilient structures.
The two main culprits are cement and steel. So these two industries are very, very carbon heavy. They are manufactured using raw materials at high temperatures, and there are plants, situated all across the country, and so the embodied energy in making the material itself is quite high, and then to transport it from factory to the dealer to then to the site. A lot of thought these days are going into organic food. There is a shift to, say, organic clothes as well. But organic homes and the health impacts that it has is something that hasn't been studied sufficiently.
So when we look at traditional systems, one of the key elements that were very often used was natural materials like mud, stone, bamboo, etc. Usually when you work with construction materials, you start feeling sick because you need a mask, you need things to protect yourself because it's harmful for you. Whereas mud is the exact opposite. It's good for you. People buy clay and put it on their faces and things like that. So working with it is healing in itself. I'm trying to bring on more women masons onto the construction sites.
the workers from the village, they turned up here. The first day they were just, they were just women from the village and I was just a woman from the city, and there was that disconnect. But as we got to know each other and I started appreciating them for the knowledge they brought in, and they started appreciating me for, I don't know, I think my intention, I don't know, or we bonded. I genuinely care for them and I think they care for me.
ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಂಡಸರು ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸ, ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗಸರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಇದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ? ಇದು
ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಗಂಡಸರು ಕಾಣ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಎನ್ಸ್ಕೋತೀರಾ? ನೀವು ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿನ ಇವಾಗ?
ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇನ್ನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಕ ಗಾರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿನೇ. ಇನ್ನು ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ತಾನೇ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಕರೆಯೋದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮೇಸ್ತ್ರಿನೇ.
It took me such a long time just to get them to understand that we don't want men on the side, because it's the concept that we're trying out. It's all women. We want to try this out to see if it works. They kept saying, oh, once we start the main construction, then we'll get the men here. So I told them, okay, we will start the work, and if there's any task that you cannot do, you come and tell me, I cannot do this, a man can do this and I can't, and we'll get a man on site. And they took that as a challenge.
I think the minute you start talking about issues related to gender, it automatically becomes like a you versus me kind of thing, which it really isn't. We're just saying that there are issues that we are feeling in the profession, and we need support to change that. Let's employ more women in our architecture firms. Let's have more women on construction sites. Let's look at their security aspects. Let's look at the issues that stop them from being around. I think we're clearly past that age where someone says, no to you in a certain way, but of course, there are cultural angles that come in, or social angles that come in, that there is a silent no that stops you. But the idea is to question that and to get more people to fight that with us.
My family on the outside are like very forward thinking people, very modern Indians. I have a brother, so they believe in bringing both kids up with equal opportunities. But I wouldn't blame them. They are from a different generation, so they still have the very traditional ideas of the role of a woman. Having said that, my parents are like my biggest support. They've funded my entire education. They continue to support everything that I do, that Mason Singh does. They finally accepted that, I think, but they're still really worried that I'm a single woman at 35, unmarried and way past her expiry date. For architects, a lot is about who you're servicing and who your clients are, and we were really lucky to find someone like Thomas who was, had the same kind of frame of mind. It's always really lovely to come back here, as you can feel the vibe and the energy is very different, and it's almost as a philosophy, right? When you use materials that are kind, even the space kind of reflects that.
From a construction perspective, I would say that we have almost 100% stuck to sustainable practices. Two factors. One is lowest possible cost and lowest possible impact on our environment. If you look at the wood that we have used, all of them are recycled. I don't think a single tree was cut in the construction of this house.
We started our firm in 2013, so we were quite young into the profession, and I think it was a leap of faith from your end to go with two young girls who knew just about enough to build a house, I think.
Now we are a fully certified organic farm.
Lovely, okay.
Growing aromatic and medicinal plants.
It's interesting to know that both the global north and south have similar things that we can work on, which is not common understanding. People think that we're very different. But every year we have very clear goals on how to be more inclusive and how to bring the idea of cultural heritage and the importance of it in climate action to the forefront.
what is really exciting is that people more and more are seeing the importance of integration of culture, and not just looking at culture as an aesthetic overlay, rather kind of integrating that into policy and seeing that culture can definitely be used as a tool to mitigate climate change, and an effective tool to mitigate climate change.
It's tempting to say I'm going to get rid of my pain by going on a shopping spree, and I did it. It didn't help. We can shut ourselves off and harden ourselves, but there's a beauty to keeping it all open, and the earth inspires that. And I would definitely tell people to try it. It may sound challenging, try it at some small level. You will see that it's healing, and take the plunge.
As women, people are not really expecting you to move mountains. So when you do move a mountain, it does create a buzz. So the fact that there's no expectation is great, and you can do what you want.
To all the women who are watching, no matter where you are, and no matter what your profession is, no matter if you're at home, I think in the whole view of climate action and being more responsible, I think the idea is to just each of us to do our own little part, to keep going. And I'd love to see more women here next time, and more women architects, and more women everywhere. The future is female. He's still posing.
Yeah.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion.
Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they thought that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in God Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in God Island or in Saint Louis in northern Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscle. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans. Yeah. And here, this is a punishment room for the rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right and left you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment. At the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million. very emotional, very emotional. But he knows it's very, very, very in a high level the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slave trade.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard over the last 300 years? Somehow, I don't want the real answers to that question. Maybe you do.
It's arguably the most important slave trade era monument in Badagry. The point of no return is a huge draw for tourists visiting the coastal town. Most of the enslaved Africans or Nigerians who were traded during the transatlantic slave trade era were loaded onto ships from this port and taken to different parts of the world. For many tourists, the point of no return has some spiritual connection, and that is why it's a must-see for any tourist visiting Badagry. But the place is in total shambles and looks completely abandoned. Locals say the Lagos state government began rebuilding the monument some 8 years ago, but never completed it. And now it's been abandoned. The whole structure is rotting away and collapsing. Virtually all the smaller structures around the point of no return have collapsed. There is no inscription or write-up anywhere around telling the story of this important historic site. All this in a state that prides itself as a tourist destination.
It's a crying shame that this place is left like this. So imagine if tourists were to come here. There's just nothing, absolutely nothing to tell the story of this place, nothing to show that this is the famous point of no return. It's just difficult to understand how we could abandon a monument as important as this in this manner.
It's quite very, very embarrassing looking at the way which the government, even though they've been advocating for tourism, on the need for us to invest in tourism, to encourage the citizens to participate and also encourage tourist activities. But the truth of the matter is that most of our tourist sites, they are not really strategically fine-tuned in a way to make it more attractive for tourists to come and spend time around. Well, I think this structure, it's more of like a white elephant project because it's very, very, it's a waste. Because you can see now it's dilapidated, and I don't think they are going to continue with the construction of this structure. And this structure, I believe before the commencement of this structure, they should have come up with their plans to see how it's going to benefit and enhance and boost tourism within this community. But maybe they did not do their groundwork very well, so they had to stop it in the long run. It really breaks my heart because this is millions of naira wasted that possibly could have been ventured into another aspect of the tourism. But this is just like millions wasted, and there's no way they can retrieve this lost funds. And people coming down here to catch fun, and they tend to feel discouraged and embarrassed by the sight of these, most especially foreign nationals coming there to come and relax, or maybe to come for their research purposes. They're going to see Nigeria as a country that we are not serious.
Yards away from the point of no return, another abandoned project by the Lagos State government. Locals say this was supposed to be a guest chalet started during the governorship of Babatunde Fashola, but long abandoned. Even this paved road leading to the point of no return has not been completed. Most part of it is yet to be paved. Even in its terrible state, tourists still flock to the point of no return, but they often leave disappointed.
When I was in secondary school then, we came for an excursion here, but the place we went to was 4-story building, and then we were not opportune to come here because they were like, okay, we can't come here since we were young then. But coming now, at least, that was 2014, and this is 2024, let me say that's 10 years ago. So coming here now, and I was like, okay, land of no return, let me come and let me see how it looks like. But on getting to this place, it's very disappointing because there is no evidence, that there is nothing to show that, okay, this is an evidence to show that this is a land of no return. And even this building, I'm just guessing that maybe that is where the colonial master stays then, where they select the slaves and all those things. But I don't know, because there is no one to tell us the history, and it's very disappointing that they just let it go. Like, let me say it's a waste. Anybody can come here and claim it as anything.
If this monument continues to rot away like it is at the moment, then it's only a matter of time before the point of no return completely disappears from this very sport.
Hello guys, and welcome to another exciting episode of E360. Now, this is a program that touches various aspects of entertainment, ranging from food, dance, fashion, movies, and the likes. And I remain your host, Chidi, trading with exciting topics and guests all the way. Let's take a short break. We'll be back.
Blenny Carter is a talented individual who hails from Akwa Ibom State in the southern eastern part of Nigeria. He doubles as a musician and music producer with some lovely songs like Blessing on Blessing to his name. As a budding musician, he has an intensive drive to make a name for himself as he connects with the public with messages and party vibes through his sound.
Welcome back, guys. Now it's my pleasure to introduce to you Blenny Carter. Blenny, well,
it's a pleasure having me.
Yeah. Same, pleasure is all mine. Pleasure is all mine. How's it been?
Yeah, it's been going well.
Oh, okay. So, Blenny, music, music is diverse. Music is like a universal language that connects to different tribes, religions. If there's anything, just like, people say in sports, music is one thing that, could bring different people together, in one voice, one mind and rhythm. So I'd like to ask you, first things first, how did you venture into music? How did you discover music?
Thank you for the question. The music was when I was a kid. I grew up to meet a father and a parent that loved music. When I was a kid, my father had discos, some digs, like all, some jams they were playing to, and as a kid, when you are hearing those sounds and they were spiritual, and I got to the mood, and as a spiritual person, my parents were church goers, and they are so spiritual, and they would take you to church, and what I saw, my mom, she was a great singer in the church. I joined her singing. When I was a kid, I was like performing well. I would be singing in church, and I would be like receiving some applause, and so that was a inspiration that made me to say, okay, I can do this. Even when I started composing songs when I was small, even though it was a gospel music, you know, because of the background I was. So, and one of those things that helped me, I entered into playing instruments. And anytime I played instrument, I'll be having some inspirations. So I was like, I'm not going to stop here. I need to take this to an extent. I need the world to hear my voice. And thank God it came to. So the inspiration of having a, coming to music was when I was growing up. So it's a kind of long story. If I want to narrate it from now,
It started from the onset,
yes.
Like you said, growing up into a family that does music.
Yes.
All right, so...
almost all my siblings, they have the ideas of music, and I'm happy I was born into the family.
Of music.
Yes.
Interesting. So what kind of music do you make?
Yeah, generally, I'm doing an Afrobeat songs. I can classify them into Afro pop, and if I will say Afro blues, and you know, because when I have my songs, the songs come sometimes when I'm working, so when I'm doing some things, I'll have the inspirations to do so. My song is some kind of spiritual, so but it still goes aligned with the latest pattern, the latest trend of the music that is going in Africa. So I would say I'm doing an Afrobeat in general.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Where Afrofusion, where it could be Afro
yes,
pop,
Afro pop. Yeah, because normally
just having our spice in it, the Afro spice.
Yes, Afro spice. I don't just stay in one space because there are some songs that will come with this kind of feelings, and it must not be a particular pattern. It must come and you have to flow with it. So in general, it's an Afrobeat. So Afrofusion, just packaged together.
All right. So just earlier you made mention of how you get inspired. You talked about staying with your folks, and getting inspirations from them, and growing up basically in a family of music. It's a blessing. You understand? It's really a blessing. So I'd like to ask you, what's the creative process like? Like what do you put in place to make your music? How is it like?
Yeah. But when I was growing up in the music space, it was a little difficult to start the music because then you don't have the facility to record the song. You might just jot them down. Then there was no chance to have some recorder. Maybe you can record some tunes and melodies down. But now I thank God that I have arranged the process. If I have that's what made me to go into music production, so that whenever I had the inspiration to do a song, I'll just go straight to it. As the inspiration comes, I do it as it is. So this process is, I was either, if I have a tune, even though I don't have a wedding first, I'll have to record the tune, the melody down, and I'll go then create the sound, create the beats that goes with. And I will start writing down the feelings that I'm having through the melodies, record them, and mix, master, and it's ready for consumption. Yeah.
So, you're both a musician and you're a producer, music producer.
Yes.
How convenient is it from you juggling, how do you do it?
Yeah, it's not really easy. It's not really easy, but determination, because it's to manage as an artist is a big whole career in itself. And to be a producer is a whole career of itself, because you are working with other clients, artists. You work on their songs, mix their songs. Sometimes you wouldn't even have time for your own self, on your own music. But the time I have to do my music is most time at night. At night I will stay awake. I'll say, okay, I must do this, especially when inspiration comes. I will wake up in the night. Sometimes I might stay throughout the morning. I will not even know, this morning, because it is not, because if I leave that opportunity, the space I've given, there will be another time, there will not be another space for me to do this, because other works are coming and other artists are on on my schedule. So it's not really easy to manage it, but it's still going. But we are still doing it.
All right, good. Because Rome wasn't built in a day, you know.
Yes,
so
yes,
when you want something, you just keep pushing, keep pushing, and you get there. So that leads me to this. You know, there's this trend. I won't call it a current trend. It's been on for a while. Okay, that's with viral videos. You understand? So how necessary? How necessary is it, you know, having viral videos? What role do viral videos play in the general scheme of things when it comes to music? Like you're a producer, you're a singer, I'm sure you have viral videos and stuff. So why viral videos? What role does it play?
Okay, thank you. Currently in the trend of music now, let's say music nowadays, viral video play a big role. Because it is easy. It's easy to create. You can use your phone, not like in those days you need to have a big camera, you need to do this before you can have your visual out. You can use your phone and create a viral video and, you know, put it on social media and it go boom. So very, very is important because music, you need to sell your face. When you are releasing a song, you need to give the feels, the passions that comes with that music. Sometimes when I listen to songs without listening to the videos, I will imagine how this person will look like, even though I don't know the person. I will want to imagine the voice, how does this person looks like, what is this song all about, how will it look, you understand? So viral video will not give you the feels to do, okay, this is how this person looks like, okay, this person is creative and, you know, a lot more. Viral video has a great measures to play in our in our songs and, you know, our music nowadays.
All right. So I actually have more questions in line to that, but before we take that question, let's go on a short break. Watch one of his viral videos. We'll be right back.
If you ever leave, na so palava. Happy to die, oh, happy to crash, oh. When I dey worry, stay with me, oh. When we get there, I want to say you go pray for me, oh. I'll give you all my licha, oh my sweetness, God is my witness. I'll give you the best, I'll give you all my sweetness, God is my witness. I'll give you the best, I'll give you. If I give you my heart, you go collect.
Now, welcome back to the studio. Welcome back. So, that was a nice song, and please, we are begging our Omalichas to stay with us. Stay with us. The money will come. Don't leave us alone. Omali, I mean, what do you have to say, Benny? I mean, Omalichas should stay with us. So
Yes,
please, be cool. I'm begging, right? So it's nice having Benny. We have Benny Carter on with us in the studio, and he's been talking about music. You know, he as a musician, as a music composer, right? And he's been telling us, you know, discussing his journey and all. So we were saying something before we went on the break, and, you know, got excited, you know, and thrilled with your wonderful viral video. We're talking about viral videos, and you were saying the importance of, you know, viral videos in today's music industry. So you said something, you know, like putting a face to the voice. You understand? And it brings me particularly to I want to single out a particular social media platform, TikTok.
Okay.
You know, TikTok seemed to be like the in thing now. Like, you know, you want your sound and your face to get there. You know, people bump on the trend. Maybe it could be a short, you know, clip from your video and all. So let's say something about the social media space and music. You know, how they play. Okay. You understand? How does it work?
Social media now helps the music. It makes music promotions a bit faster and easier. I know it's there are other factors that can hinder maybe your music not to go far if they are explicit and all those, but social media helps in terms of those days you need to go to meet the marketer, you need to go to radio stations to beg for, maybe pay for plays, television stations, you know. But social media will just help you post it. When you post the song or post the videos, the trend you want to, people, it depends on the vibes the songs comes with and the moment. People might vibe to the song, and before you know it, it can go a bit viral, and without spending a lot of money to, like those days that you spend a lot of millions of this and this just promoting, and some might not work out. So you still have the chance to recreate. If you post this particular content and it doesn't go, you still have a chance to recreate more on that, so that it will go. People will keep seeing them. You are not even stick to one place. You can release more, like 5 videos for one song, multiple videos for one song. You understand? So social media helps a lot, and I'm trying to work on my social media space so I can, you know, go viral more and more.
I think you should key. See, you just explained it, so you explained, so you know how vital it is.
Yes.
I think you should key into it.
Yes, that's what we are working on.
So so are you an independent singer? When I say independent singer, I mean, are you signed to a management?
I am not signed to a record label or a management, but as an independent artist, you might have some managers and some few people working with you, but it's kind of difficult.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you now, if you're not signed to a management, like how do you get all the work together?
Yeah, it's not easy, because you are the one to do the sponsorship, the one to pay for the masters, the productions. You are the one to pay for the distributions, the PR. You are the one doing everything as an independent artist. So it's not a easy stuff. So, but what do we have to do? We still have to keep pushing, keep pushing till we get to the level that we have a record label, that we have maybe signed deals with other record partnership, and that is it.
All right. So let's go back to you as a music producer, right? With my little knowledge about music production, I know it entails a whole lot. You use lots of applications, and run a whole lot of things. Yeah. So I want to ask you, what's as a music producer, what's the most challenging or the most taxing, the most difficult, that thing, that very thing that gives the most, that takes the most time, or you need to give the most attention to as a music producer?
As a music producer, there are a lot of things you need to pay attention to. You need to pay attention to almost everything, starting from the creative part of the production, the melody, to the recording, to the mixing of the vocals, especially now that their application, before the music advanced, they were doing live. I know they are still doing live. Then there was no more editing like this. So now there are a lot of application and apps and software doors that you need to get in place to achieve this, because like a digital studio, you don't need to have a drum set. You don't need to have a this. You might just have a MIDI controller, your system or your laptop with your monitor, speakers, your headphone and mic, and you are good to go. The one that takes more time, I think, is the instrumental, because that is where the melody comes from. If you cannot deliver, if you cannot bring out the ones that come spiritually,
spiritually?
Because music is spiritual.
Okay.
There are some sounds that you hear, you might forget about your sorrows for that moment, and you just be wow. Until the song is over, you will now get back to. So music is something. It's just like it's like a medicine too. So as a producer, you need to work on the beats aspect. You need to produce the song, you need to work on the song, and on the instrumental. You need it to be a quality one with a great sound, and two, vocally, if you do a good beat and the artist cannot deliver on that beat or on that instrumental, it's more like a waste, because all of them need to work together. Because before you can get to a good mix and mastering, you need to get a good quality vocals.
Okay.
So because if you cannot get that, or the artist cannot deliver, that means the probability of the song coming out well will be very, very bad. But thank God to some of the apps and the software that actually does some work. You can do some pitching, some correction on the screen, and so that's one is helping some of the artists nowadays. Most of them are not vocally good enough, but they just have the ideas. They can just be talking, and you change the vocals to some pitches that feel like singing. So that is one of the challenging in music production. You need to listen and attend to all of them at the same time.
At the same time. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, as an individual, you get, you do most of these things, by yourself.
Yes.
Like you said, you're not signed to a management or a record label, or do you have, even if it's a small team that helps in and getting stuff done? What steps? What conscious steps have you taken? Where are you now in your music, and what conscious steps have you taken to be at this point you are in your music? So it's like a 2-in-1 question. Where are you now, and what steps?
Thank you once again for the question. The position I'm now is, I'm at the level of limelight that I've worked a lot behind the scene. I've worked in the studios, that I can maybe within a few hours I can make a song, because I've really practiced this. I've really worked on this to master them. So making music now, it's not really hard for me, because the problems now, let me say the issue or difficulties that I'm facing now is how to put the music to the audience to the audience I need,
and the target audience.
The targeted audience, and to make it go viral. I know what plays the most role in all this is finance, money, because you need to do some sponsors, advertisement on Spotify, on other digital platforms.
All right.
So that is it. It's not easy, but I still pushing.
So quickly, what should we be expecting from you?
I'm working on a 7-track EP.
Okay.
So we just worked on Sweetness, featuring Chops. So the video is done. We're about to fix a date to drop it. So please, you guys should anticipate the dropping dates. I haven't fixed the dropping date, but the video is ready, and I'm also working on my EP. On songs, if you have not listened to my songs, you can go search Blenny Carter on Google or any streaming platform. I've dropped an EP. I've dropped some few singles, so you can check me out. And
all right, Blenny. Okay, so let's go for a short break, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, guys. So before we round up, I'd like us to play a game, right? Okay. Easy peasy. I ask you a few questions under 1 minute, and you just give me the answers like punch, punch, punch. That kind of thing.
Okay.
That's so. All right, then let's go. What's your full name?
My full name is Ubong Ifyong Isang.
Okay. What's your favorite artist, or who is your favorite artist of all time?
For favorite artist, Lil Wayne.
Rap.
Lil Wayne.
So what are the 3 things off your bucket list? Those things you really, really, really want to do before?
I want my music to go viral worldwide. I want to go shut down shows. I want to, let's say, win the Grammy.
3 things. That's well, okay. What's your favorite song?
My favorite song is Emilokon. That's my song.
Oh, okay. Yes. All right, that's nice. That's nice. So, what are you most thankful for in life?
Yeah, thank you. I'm thankful for life and the blessings that God has given to me, the opportunity, because it's not easy where I came from to be to this level. So, thank God.
So, what won't you be caught doing?
Messing up.
Messing up what?
I don't like falling my hands and doing things that I'm not supposed to do.
All right. So what are you most afraid of?
Afraid of poverty.
Aha! Who is your childhood hero?
Yeah. Let me say Jackie Chan then, because he used to watch them a lot of where we came from.
All right, Jackie Chan. Yeah. All right. A lot of this. Check on. So what's your favorite city?
My favorite city is Uyo. Uyo City.
What do you value more than money?
I value integrity. Integrity.
All right. You see, these questions. There's something about how you answer these questions. It shows patriotism and directness, and I like it. Your song was your favorite song. Your favorite city is Uyo. Yeah. What stuff up your bucket list? You want to win the Grammy. I want to shut down shows. Yeah. Well, that's really, really nice. You're really, really an intentional man.
Yes. Man.
All right, guys. So that's all we can have for today. And I really don't want to leave this my guy here, Benny Carter. It's been awesome having him. So with that, we come to the end of today's episode of on E360. Do not mess up. Stay jiggy. I'll see you next time. Bye.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
The yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth, and from there we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these, we'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements until we take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here about 3 weeks, and we're still planting up, and 4 months. After 3 months, we'll get seeds about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seed from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and save from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change the traditional planted yams. Remain fresh it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times of the plant one of our own for us.
Habib is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day run of the smart farm. She's fighting the idea of it.
One of the things that is the most is the fact we can go year round producing food. More like can and having the rain and all, and everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to for when the rain is here, and so we can provide the food all year round. It's everything.
So all seem fine. PJ and his team are battling logistic operations running.
It needs to be a sector. There needs to be more finance put in place. We need to have laws. We can optimize all arable land that we have and so forth. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator backup. So power is a major impediment. These things, if we put things in place, then the sector will.
PJ and team are setting up as role models for young people. Everywhere youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain because this is not all about. This is we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like let people say, "Oh, she's a woman, she's doing it." Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. I mean, it's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool, culture sexy. I mean, you have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. Additional, back-breaking work and so forth and everything like that. So these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Simisola Achikun. The political power tussle in Rivers has taken another twist as Governor Siminalayi Fubara has sworn in new caretaker committee chairman for 23 local government areas of the state. The swearing-in ceremony was held at the government house in Port Harcourt, the state capital, on Wednesday morning, 2 days after the governor had ordered heads of administration in the 23 local government areas to take over from the council chairman, whose 3-year tenure elapsed on Monday, June 17. The governor had earlier sent the names of new caretaker committee chairpersons for screening to the State House of Assembly, led by factional Speaker Victor Jumbo. The fresh crisis began after the Rivers Assembly passed the Local Government Amendment Bill into law. While Fubara did not assent to the bill, the lawmakers, led by Martin Amerile, vetoed it. The law empowered the Rivers State Assembly to extend the tenure of council chairpersons, their vice and councillors, where it is deemed impossible to hold elections before the end of their 3-year tenure. However, a court nullified the amended law, prompting an appeal, which the court is set to deliver a ruling on June 20. 2024. Now let's get reactions from legal practitioner Evans Ufeli. Thank you for making time for us, sir. Now, just 2 days after Governor Fubara ordered the head of administrations to take over from chairman of the local government areas after the expiration of their 3 years, they have refused to vacate the offices. Regardless, Governor Fubara has sworn in 23 new caretaker committee chairmen. And what does this move connote, and what implications is it likely to have for the state's political landscape?
The swearing in of caretaker committees, which all along have been the fears of the local government chairman whose office have just expired. That, swearing in by Fubara is quite wrong. It's wrong because, one, the reason they refuse to leave office is not just because of the law that they claim has been passed by the State House of Assembly of Rivers State to elongate their tenure, but the sense that Fubara was going to use a caretaker committee to displace them, even though their tenure of office had expired. Now, Fubara 2 days ago had said that, the head of the administration or the administrators in the local government should take over the duties of the local government chairman, as it were, since their tenure has expired. One had thought that it was a stopgap solution before election is conducted. But only today, we are now told that he has sworn in technical committee to oversee the local government. That is a very wrong move to me. And I don't know why the people condone this. We know that nature abhors vacuum, but at the same time, politicians must learn to be trustworthy and do what is right. Why not leave the state administrators, the administrators of the local government, whilst you come up with, a program or conduct local government election to enable them, get into that seat. You also know that the reason the federal government took the state governors to court was one because of this appointment of caretaker committee. Caretaker committee of people who have no mandate of the local government, people at the local government. Caretaker committee whom they did not vote. So the president, the governor will appoint commissioners, cross over from there, appoint caretaker committees to oversee the local government. So that is too much. And I think that
On the news now of cholera spread, won't comply with directive on a buyer. In also news now, I'm Simisola Achigo. Hits 40. The Nigeria Center for Disease says the country does not have a director for Danpidris. That's still unknown. In Lagos, where the cholera strain is more aggressive, the state government says the number of Lagos government, the State Emergency Operations Center, with all relevant partners, is actively engaged in contact tracing, community treatment. In Nigeria, cholera, a food and waterborne disease caused by ingestion of the acute diarrheal infection. Ekanem blamed the scarcity of vaccines on inequality and dependence on foreign-produced ones.
I believe that this shouldn't have been a surprise. When Nigeria had the first, I think we developed the first cholera vaccine in Africa. Vaccine could not see the light of day. And because of that, we have to depend on other countries of the world to be able to have access to vaccine. And because of the issues around nationalization of vaccines and inequality as regards to access to healthcare, we are not able to have access to the vaccine. The awareness, like you said, is very low. A lot of people always, mistake cholera for morbid dysentery or gastroenteritis. Unfortunately, they are not the same thing. And because of that, many people arrive hospitals and healthcare centers late because most of them would resort to self-treatment or self-medication when it comes to cholera management. And because of this, we are seeing an increase in number of in the rate of mortality, because most cases of cholera in Nigeria and in Lagos in particular arrive the healthcare facility very, very late. And this is a major challenge for us. So as a healthcare, as a country, we need to strengthen awareness as regards cholera. We need to strengthen the drive towards cholera vaccination. I believe that it is time for us to include cholera vaccination in our routine vaccination and ensure that everyone has that vaccination once every year. This has not been achieved so far, and I think that this is a wake-up call for the government, especially now that we have a very virulent strain, a very severe strain. Vaccine in our routine can be protected. And remember, protected.
Federal Court in Lagos has ordered the final feature of properties worth 12.18 billion naira linked to the governor of the Central Bank, Godwin Emefiele, who is facing multiple counts of fraud and abuse of office. Chukwujeku Aneke ordered for feature of the properties located areas of capital territory and economic and financial through its counsel to the anti-graft, having bought the choice properties by proxy with the named and accomplices in Facebook. We're at TV360 online. On business rather, Nigeria's monthly inflation rate has slowed for the third consecutive month, indicating the effectiveness of the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN's) monetary policy tightening measures. This was disclosed by the CBN in a statement to journalists on Saturday. The decline in inflation rates is a nationwide trend, with 13 states, including Abuja, Akwa Ibom and Rivers, experiencing a slowdown in year-on-year inflation in May. According to the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS), headline month-on-month inflation fell to 2.14% in May from 2.29% in April and 3.02% in March. Food inflation also declined for the third straight month in May, reaching 2.28%. The Nigeria Employers Consultative Association (NECA) has urged the Nigerian government to adopt alternative policies that will bring about economic prosperity for the country in the coming years. The Director General of NECA, Adewale Onyeride, said this during a press conference on the upcoming Nigeria Employers Summit themed Economic Renaissance, harnessing government reforms and private sector agility, scheduled to hold on June 25 to 26, 2024. According to Onyeride, the organized private sector has established itself as an essential pillar for national development. He remarked that having endured various reforms and economic plans, the sector consistently acts as the primary engine of national growth. In other countries, foreign media will once again be able to obtain accreditation to cover events and activities in Togo starting from June 26. This announcement by the High Authority for Visual and Communication said this is because all policy directed at Moise Bombito following his team's loss to Argentina in the opening game of the Copa. Bombito received a barrage of online abuse after tackling Argentina star Lionel Messi late in the match on Thursday. Replays show the 24-year-old Colorado Rapids player sleazy and made a statement in support of Bombito and Canada following the as well as
Hello people, welcome to another exciting episode on 360 Vibes, your one-stop show for everything you can think in the world of entertainment, music, comedy, fashion. We're here to give you all the latest and juicy and trending stories you want to hear in the world of entertainment. All right people, my name still remains Faith and I'm not here alone on the show. I am here with my pretty ladies.
I'm sure she can never be alone on the show because without the trio, there's no 360
without my squad, guys, this gist no go complete.
All right, guys, welcome to another exciting edition. I am Victoria Condion on Instagram, Victoria_extra, and of course, she was just saying gossip, but it is what it is. Yes, we are there for your maximum entertainment. And like I would always say, fasten your seatbelts because we are up to another exciting edition, like I said earlier. Over to you, Alex.
Hi, welcome back to the show, guys. It's your girl Queen Alex Reina on Instagram. So guys, just stay and just chill because we have plenty gossip. So don't go anywhere,
people have
okay?
Us to gossip,
please, okay, we're not gossipers, yes, but we have plenty hot gems.
Just maintain composure and steeze. It's not about gossip every time.
We're like in the spirit of the whole holiday and everything.
Yes,
so
yes, true.
Let's just keep you guys relaxed.
I reserve my comments.
All right, we're quickly going on a short break. When we return, we'll dive into the gist for today. Please don't go anywhere right after this break. Welcome back, people. All right, on our first gist for today is Portable. Yes, Portable and Davido. Now, during the weekend, they went out on a very cool outing, just the both of them, a dinner date, actually. And it was a very sweet, sweet hangout for those two. Because when you look at how they were in that, having fun, you just see that they are good.
They don't give him a shoe, very nice sneakers and all. Very nice.
And it was just a sweet hangout, sweet dinner date in the US. And all of a sudden, guys, Yawa just gasped for nowhere. Guys, Yawa just gasped for nowhere that Portable said Davido said something about him that he didn't like, and you know, we were really surprised because
when we looked at how they started,
From the day,
do you understand? Gifting him a shoe. We weren't
Nobody saw that coming. No one saw that coming because people were
coming.
even gushing like, they went out on it and like and hang out, and then before we knew it was just like within how many it was on live. He went on live and then he had different things to say. At first he started with Zlatan, the whole issue, and he said that Zlatan should know why would Zlatan say such a thing to Davido. Apparently I think Zlatan was telling him to calm down, that when you are with people like this you are meant to be calm and not do any how Portable can be very loud and everything. So he said Zlatan should not talk to him like that and everything. And then I was not even expecting him to come for Davido. Apparently I believe Davido advised him to sign with like a record label, like Empire record label, and not with Sony. And Davido is signed to Sony record label, and Portable was like, no, you are giving me bad advice. That why would you ask me to sign with Sony that you are in? Imagine? That you can't sign with Empire. That means I also want Grammy. That we are both competitors. You want the Grammy, I also want the Grammy. So why would you give me bad advice to sign with Empire and not with Sony? So I'm like surprised that now Davido for like mad mess up because
let's hear
like really.
Well, Portable is a loudmouth person. We all know who Portable is, and we know that whenever he's actually not okay with whatever he's not okay with, Portable just sets his camera. He just sets his camera and he's like ranting. He's just ranting every single thing. Portable can never actually be less of himself at any time. So I know that this whole music and music industry, we start from small before you get there. Davido actually started small before he got there. Burna Boy started small. Rema, The Rise, they all started under people before they actually got to where. But if you look at Portable's case, he has made one hit song and he now turns like the boss, and like he feels like he can rub his shoulders with any.
I'm not saying that he's trying to rub shoulders.
I'm just saying on my side, Portable should actually just calm down.
Of course,
If I say get one thing where Portable
when
they take where we don't know
to make people not want to associate with him. People not want to associate with
brands can't even go to Portable again.
Davido unfollowed him already. Davido unfollowed him.
So loud. Do you understand? So because of this lousiness thing, people will not want to use him for their brand. Do you understand? And the guy is just. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a damn about
that can be very advantageous.
You understand?
Sometimes.
He just go online and then make live videos about how he wants to express himself.
Begins to rave.
But you guys, you know that's what has kept him relevant till now. If you have to go by, let us be very sincere. If you have to go by maybe his music and everything, yes, the last track he made with this guy, this Tony Montana, that one slaps. I actually like that one. But aside that, this is content, this regular posting of videos going on like has been keeping him relevant. I will not lie, that's what has been keeping he has been trending with that. So I think he understands the fact that okay, if I constantly come online and talk about something, I remember when he came for Bobby's video. I feel like what should calm down. I understand the fact that probably whatever Davido and Zlatan might have said might have hurt him, but there's a way you should talk if you are not happy about something. Probably should have reached out to Davido and not just spoil or ruin the whole relationship like this. For Davido who said you should sign with a particular record label, it might have a particular reason, but we do not know whatever might have happened or whatever. This thing is they said. So we don't know the entire story and everything. So I feel like you should just calm down next time. And these people now, calm down. Before you just come out to drag your colleagues, calm down because they might not want to work with you. And this thing, collaboration is life at the end of the day.
Portable actually goes too far when he's addressing things, and some people like you bite the hand that feeds you because someone is giving you the opportunity to actually get big, and you're like tarnishing the person's image again. Calm down. We don't know. See, Portable is just who he is. Portable is just. I'm sure what just happened is going to even make a song out of it. Portable that made a song, Spider-Man song, out of him jumping
out of the fence
for just car debt. Portable makes it just calm down. He's going to get a new song.
You see that guy is an extraordinary brain. Let me put it
he has a way of getting things.
He has a way of getting things, and I think. He going through this route is one of the things that is making him more popular.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. That's where he's getting his relevance.
That's why it's because
he stays intentionally.
It might be intentional. Probably that's his own marketing strategy. It might be his marketing strategy actually.
To be weird.
Honestly,
to just be a crazy person.
Let me read it now. That's what has kept him relevant all this while. This is about the music.
True.
okay, there are some people that, you know, but I believe that it's all this old drama that's kept him relevant, and his music too.
So Victoria, I think you have something about the you said.
But the social media is always hot, and I believe that if you are feeling down, just ensure you have data. Data is life.
If you have data,
and ensure you have TikTok, ensure you have Instagram, and you can have
Twitter, please.
Twitter.
Yeah.
So
you
get entertainment, like maximum entertainment,
Serious.
because human beings. Apparently, over the weekend, there was this woman that, you know, accosted her man's concubine in a supermarket. She went to confront her that you are the one dragging my
man.
If I do your own, I'm coming. What do you think? Where will you be going? Be going now. I said you should ask. Please answer me. What do you think you have? Be going. What do you think you have? What do you think you have? Answer me. You cannot say to my husband. What do you think you have? Be going. Please answer me. What do you think you have? What do you think you have? What do you think you have? You will not go.
Sorry.
Be going. Be running. Leave my letter for sure.
This is very, very.
Leave that man. If he's not your man, leave that man.
But really, I don't know why. Queen, I don't know why. I don't know why most ladies enjoy.
Don't say most ladies.
See, let's not blame the ladies.
Okay,
let's not go there.
I know. Okay, no, Queen.
Let's not go there. Because me, I will not.
Okay, so Queen, I'm coming from this angle.
What angle is
now,
that?
if a married man, do you know sometimes some lady know that these men are married?
Oh, yeah.
And they are chiking them out. They are chiking them. They are
Do you have the
asking them
money?
out.
Hello.
And the same ladies.
Do you have the money?
Okay.
Guys.
So what are you supporting? Queen, I
don't come and open me here. You people should not. Let's calm down.
I'm going to go from the angle.
Do you
understand what I'm trying to say?
What are you trying to say?
A married man is coming to war you. You know he's married. You know he has a wife. Okay, probably he doesn't have a kid yet.
Yes.
But a wife. The fact that he's married.
God,
come on. Why are you
shame us.
becoming a third party?
That's one.
There are some people.
Why?
They say whoever wants to put asunder in any marriage, God will punish you. Before you even bind the people together. But my only problem now is that if I'm, God forbid, but if I get to this kind of scenario, I will not even find the lady. I will even say how far is our husband?
Which area?
That's you. Okay, now so Queen is talking.
I'm not going to. I can actually never stoop so low to beat somebody.
Yeah.
I never have strength to fight one. Two, I cannot even go out. Even if I know there was even a time to a lady was on a plane. She and her husband were going for vacation. The side chick was still on that same plane behind them, like the third seat.
People are
to tell you the guts like the man has or like the side chick has. Another thing to now.
Okay. Let me just reserve my comment.
You know that, like, if you know that you don't want something to happen to you, don't do it to the others. But now, they shall say that side chick will never go away. They shall still be around the corner because who will be helping that man? Do you know there's some side chicks that are good?
Queen.
Some side chicks are good, but this is bad. I will not confront that person.
80% of the men are the one going for the ladies.
Don't just for the lady. Obviously now.
Let's look at it from this perspective.
Let's hear Victoria.
Okay.
Sorry, let's hear Victoria.
Okay, so now, as a lady, as a young girl, I will not come for you. Just know that
if you're a man,
you're also going to get married.
Yes,
one day,
and then back to you.
The person that's going to carry your husband is still wearing pinafore right now.
God bless you.
She's trying to pass wire, and very soon she'll also come for your husband. And you know, there's some ladies that have that mentality that normally, my husband is going to cheat on me and everything. However, I'm going to come from this angle. For the wife, it can be very painful.
It's not easy.
I will not blame her for going after that lady, and then your husband is spending on this lady. See this lady wear now. See now, fine girl and everything. To understand everything, the emotion that okay, you are the one, taking my husband's attention away from me and all of that. But I would say, ma, just go hold your husband at home because
just your husband.
He's the one person. See, they think that married men are the one empowering these young ladies.
Exactly.
They are the ones, funding that lifestyle. And they believe that they can always go for married men. You see some young ladies come on and say, oh yeah, I can date married men and all of that. But Well, if these married men are not going for them,
They will actually
don't be any
so
problem.
first,
So I'm just saying this. Just go and owe your husband at home,
Okay.
because even if he leaves this particular lady, he might end up going for another
one.
And I don't know if
So
there's anything we
Can I
can do
say,
to solve this.
the thing is now, first and foremost, men should discipline themselves. The fact that I know
grammar.
that we still have disciplined men out there.
Yes, of course.
We still have
of course.
responsible men.
Of course.
So it takes you to work on yourself intentionally. Tell yourself that I want to be a righteous man to my wife. I want to be faithful to my wife.
Preach faith.
And then when you see ladies train themselves at you, because I know there are times that you don't want to think about any lady out aside your wife, and then you just see some demonic ladies.
Okay.
You just see them coming. They're either giving you green lights. They are intentionally.
I won't say this. It's not for all of them.
Sorry,
not
not
all.
all.
These
As I
men
earlier
run
said.
after these ladies. Some of them run after these ladies. Actually,
So men too should work on themselves.
Yes, of course, the men should also work on
Drastically.
themselves. And I'm also going to push this to the. I'm not blaming the woman or blaming the wife. Also, I think I had a conversation with some married men recently, and they said that sometimes that they want their wives to also package themselves.
Now that's the angle I'm trying
and
to
I'm
come
trying to
into.
beg the husband, communicate with your wife.
They're actually-
you are saying that your wife is not packaging herself. Did you tell her about it?
That's another
Did you
thing.
take her shopping? Did you ask her? Did you give her money to go and make her hair? Did you buy that bomb shot you want for her?
Now.
Did you buy her that skimpy clothes that you like on that other lady? Let us be realistic. They are saying, oh, she's looking unkept and everything. Did you fund this lifestyle for her? You are funding another
Right,
girl
let's get
outside, but you cannot fund your wife. Why?
Let's take it from this angle now. You know, now they say what you like, get it for yourself, or if you have the money to get what you want. Okay, now literally, just look at the wife. Come on, just look at this lady. I'm sorry, but
that woman, actually, the woman set, but she not just to package.
That's one. Just look at this lady. Fine. One, condition, family. Maybe she has like 3 kids or 4 kids for the man already. And one, you don't know what pregnancy can do to a woman's body.
Actually.
And that thing
But
now,
the woman says no lie.
The woman, definitely now. It's why rocks one very hot bomb shot down with some cleavage.
See now, see the back, see the
You
back.
said you ask your wife, like you ask the side chick, what am I able to do with you? But now, one thing is discipline, like Faith said.
Of course, yeah.
If you know what you want, you can pimp your wife to be the kind of person you want. Like if you, babe, I like that bomb shot too. There's some men that'll say, oh, I don't like my wife wearing nails. I don't like my wife doing lashes. But they'll be the ones doing siren alarm. Oh, you look beautiful on people's posts. I'm serious. Comment section. You just see siren.
You're looking beautiful. Wow.
So many emojis on the girl like, oh, you look beautiful, my angel, blah blah blah. See, if you want your wife to look this way, dress it. And ladies, if you know your husband like hot things, my dear, don't come and do mama. I don't understand because
slay those outfits.
Slay. Don't be in the house and be tying a wrapper.
No.
And another thing, now some men will say, now for example, you're picking you like ice cream and you only like vanilla. So like now only vanilla will be chop every time. It's only vanilla I'll be eating for the rest of my life. You want different flavors. You can actually make your wife to be different flavors.
With toppings.
Today your wife actually dressed very fine. Let me say she ties her wrapper, her blouse. She's looking like rich
Mommy,
man vibe. One. So your wife is wearing like the next day, wife is wearing bomb short and like sleeveless, and she's like
and on Monday she's a corporate badge.
Do you understand? And another thing, because it's piercings, tattoos, chains, whatever accessory, get it for your wife. Get it for your wife. Like, oh,
make me feel the way you want them to.
And women, please try. Don't be everything going to tie wrapper. Try. They are bomb shots. They are lingerie. They are things.
All right, people.
Please.
All right, people. Before we go on a break, I'll just say this. See, men, please do well to stick to your wife. Men, do well to stick to your wives. And also for single ladies that are half married men, what you sow is what we reap. The law of karma is there, boldly written. So please, do the needful. Stay away from married men. All right? All right, we'll quickly go on break, our lovely viewers. So we can come back right after this break. Welcome back, people. All right, Queen, what do you have for us today?
So guys, you know, like we had a Zero recently, and the spirit of the whole Father Day thing and the whole men train your wives, men look at wives, train your children, everything is literally like the men months. Let's just say the men months. So now just take a look at this video. So let's see what the pastor has to say.
By this time, we succeed in treating the women better than the men. Because what we succeed in saying all time is that because he's a boy. He's a boy. He hangs out and notice that the guy has started smoking weed and smoking marijuana and say, all this man, he's a boy. He's a boy. And this is the boy. Very soon you start getting panicky. You know what? You marry. You need to marry. If you know you don't have a good son, don't force him to marry. He's about to waste the life of a young woman. Because I'm worried about who can't control their temper. I'm worried about sons who don't value women. I'm worried about sons who have not learned fidelity. I'm worried about sons who do not know what it means to be the priest in their homes. I'm worried about sons who do not know what it means to save. They don't have good financial sense. You want them to get married? No! And to every of my girl here, listen to your pastor say, the next time he wants to be a husband, check out what he looks like as a son. The next time he wants to be a husband to you, take some time, find out how are you as a son. You can't wake up and want to be a father. What do you know you're going to teach? Right now, we're still trying to rein you in. Who you want to now go and rein another person. Then what do we say to you? When you look at your child, what do you do? Which kind of advice are you giving? So all I'm begging every mother here, you see the one that is still a son to you, let that child, let every son know. No, we don't do that here. No, you don't run. No, you can't have your way because you're a male. If you want to do it for both the male and the female. Don't let them know your sister can go to bed and you will watch television. Who are you? Check how they honor their mother. If they don't have value for their mother, they will not have value for you. I'm telling us the truth. Pay more attention to the guys. You can't misuse time. You can't mess things up. You can't talk the way you want to talk because you can't go and come back the way you want to come back. You can't wash the plates because you have sisters. Like who said that? You can't cook because you have sisters. Very lazy husband. Mothers, I am talking to you. Teach them to get into the kitchen. They are grown enough and they want to eat. It's not talk to your sister, talk to your mother. That thing that you have is in your hand. Go and light up the stove or light up the gas and cook what you want. Cook. We will not excuse the rudeness of men. We will not excuse the rudeness of our sons, and we will get on the neck of our daughters because they will be married.
Well, you can say that video is actually very, very
explanatory.
Like that's just it. So like times have changed and like situations. In fact, the whole world has changed. Back then, we used to have when they say the women should be in the kitchen. The women should do this. Like they have specific roles for like women to play, and the men should just go out and source for like money or whatever. But now things have changed. In fact, that boy that you are keeping in the house not to wash plates, you should better start washing plates because you will not actually bring up the boy to actually train the boy to be something else and not force him to get married. And when he now gets married and he's not able to give the role of a father, like do the whole thing, becomes a problem. And now that's why we have abusive men. You see some men like, oh, I'm the man of the house and you're not meant to talk to me. Who said so? When you're wrong, you're wrong. So I think we should just...
Over time, we've seen cases of men who in marriage are irresponsible.
Yeah.
Take for instance, this cheating of a teen. Yes, I know that both parties cheat, but when you see this cheating of a teen, it's because of that level of, let's say, privilege or authority that you are a man. I was going through one day and I saw a particular post. So this guy wanted to get a toy and he chose a kitchen set. Yes. And I saw a particular comment. I was like, no, you're not meant to choose a kitchen set. You're a guy, you're a man. You're not meant to pick a kitchen set. Yeah. That is meant to go for maybe like a basketball or something else. That why would he? I'm like, what kind of mentality do you have?
Exactly.
So are you saying that he's not meant to learn how to cook? That okay? So like a kitchen set should not be associated with the male gender.
Yes.
Even have male chefs. So people have different ideologies. Okay, you're a guy, you're not meant to do this. Oh, you're a guy, your sister is meant to fend for you. You're not meant to cook. You're not meant to sweep. Then you're not give birth to liabilities. And when they're in marriage, they cannot help
anything.
Then the wife will now do everything. You now turn the wife into something else. After you know she's no longer attractive. After she'll wake up, she'll feed you, feed your kids, wash, do this, clean. You don't want to get a maid. You now say your wife is she's looking older age. She's no longer fine and everything. You are the one that in your has a husband. Not all. See, Africans they groom the ladies to be all round, like to be developed all, and the guys or maybe only the financial aspects, which is faulty.
Very wrong. That's really
currently the way
men are in all aspects.
Currently, the way the world now, you just see that people are literally striving to make ends meet and you go out as a woman, you just find out that it was so hectic for you. The day was so like you literally worked all day and you don't even have the strength to cook. What happened? Are we still hungry or we taking tea to bed?
Because
I mean that video was
and your husband will be at home, be waiting for
and probably you know funny. These days now, our work is so interesting that we have lots of people that have remote jobs. You can't be my now. How about you putting one up before she comes back? And that's why men need to do better.
As they said, the time have changed now. In as much as some men now, they cannot marry liabilities. Like they cannot marry women.
So you said don't be liability.
You said, Sha, no big liability. Man. So if I'm going out to be an independent woman, also like job, and I'm still grow up being a wife, you should also say
you should do little acts of
yes. I don't want to do it for you.
You could sweep, like sweep.
And you're like, oh, my wife is not here. Why? Because my wife will help me fix the kitchen. I are jobless. Also learn yourself. They are made that they are checks.
Online, ladies learn out there. That's why they are saying that mothers should train their this new generation. And I got generation. Just say, okay, we are in the hands of just try our kids. Just by training
responsible.
So we have balance. So we are not creating these of
grown and they just want to settle down. They don't even want to say why make a just she make
and the way of divorce
you do many things for yourself and that's bad. Like why?
If
you're in the kitchen, stay by your if you do so much, your mom, at least you have knowledge. Still, some men don't even have to do big things. Soup, they find the less of themselves for them to even go to the market to buy something.
Let's put this to the mothers. I think the mothers actually, encourage most of this.
Because them was
then
like
you
different.
say it in their faces
now things
that
have
no,
changed.
they
don't know how to cook.
You're a boy. You're not meant to be in the kitchen. They're the ones who say it and put it like that. It's like a rule or law in the house.
It's something
Chuku Dalu must not enter the kitchen. This person must not. No, now you're creating a faulty kid that because like this because they grow up with this mentality that no, I'm not meant to do this.
So it's not late.
Of
course,
yes, it's not late. Now, our Google is there. There is literally nothing YouTube you want to make. Google is not there to teach you any soup, any food. Is this funny enough?
Even the efforts.
Exactly.
What our parents cannot cook. What our parents cannot cook, Google is there to teach you. Like when I mean what they can cook. You know that kind of spicy noodles you want, where you want your hot dog, your carrots. Do you understand? It's there already. So you just learn it and then you enjoy your meal. Come on, people.
Okay, I just want to put this there. For some people, it might be actually very late I'm not saying it's very late for them to go back to learn, but the thoughts, the kindness. I guess you cannot cook. We agree. But now you're not enforcing it on your wife that no, and you know that she's very tired. Be kind. Be kind.
I think you should just support. Guys, along the end, on the lessons, yes. The lady was like, an icon, like she
veteran actress.
Truly,
if you watch her all those days, like a lot of characters. It's sad that we are losing them every time. Just 6 of this lost
veteran actors
of people. Ajipes family. Guys, and all we can take for today. It's a pleasure to be joined on another episode of the program. I am Ogechi.
The government has threatened that it will sue hospitals that refuse to treat patients emergency treatment. Women of or higher year on the award event in Abuja this year. Ministry of Health mandated hospitals and healthcare facilities that refuse to obtain this report. Kennedy, however, said the federal government hospital would henceforth be required to place outside the that read no more rejection of emergency patients. The Nigerian said that it continues to render selfless important services to Nigeria irrespective of tribe, region, or breed. The chapter secretary of the Nigerian Red Cross Society, Imaji, gave the assurance that the closing of trade a set of 25 professionals in the state. The Nigerian Society, in collaboration with the United Nations Population Fund, the policies on how to respond to education and child care during emergencies in Plateau State. Closing, Maga said the core principle of the Red Cross continue to do their best for God. In a controversial National Genetic Sequencing Syndicate that aimed at enhancing the nation's public health infrastructure. Director of the CDC, Jide Idris, said the initiative will also fortify our health security, being the man entity positioned as a strategic genomic research hub in the global south. Jide noted that regulation governing the sharing of geometric surveillance data outside Nigeria's jurisdiction has been inadequate, particularly with the private sector and academia. He said it has resulted in significant losses of data and opportunity for national benefits. We'll go on a short break, but don't go away. Welcome back. Arthritis is the swelling and tenderness of one or more joints. The main symptoms of arthritis are joint pain and stiffness, which typically worsens with age. The word arthritis means joint inflammation. However, inflammation may also affect the tendons and ligaments surrounding the joints. The symptoms can develop gradually or suddenly and may impair a person's ability to perform everyday tasks. Arthritis affects 58.5 million adults in the United States, which equals about 1 in 4 persons. It is more common among adults aged 65 years or older. However, it can affect people of all ages, including children. Well, joining me on the program to discuss further is Sam Imbeneme, professor in neurophysiotherapy. Thank you for joining me on the program, Doctor. Arthritis, which we know is the swelling and tenderness of one or more joints in the body. Can you explain more on this and also give us more details on the types and explain their differences?
Well, arthritis, as you know, is a very broad term that refers to over 100 conditions. And these conditions have similarities. The common pattern of presentation of these conditions is joint stiffness, pain, and swelling. In the actual sense, arthritis have the major types that we are used to. We have osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, gout arthritis, and the likes of them. In the active sense, there are some differences in this group of arthritis, including what we also call the psoriatic arthritis. When you're looking at osteoarthritis, essentially it occurs commonly in older adults. Here as the begin to have the bone beginning to cut, and then they are saying, once they go there, it's clear, begin